Calling to order this evening's budget session. We want to do roll call, or are we good? All right, let's go.
President Sokolowski, you okay if I kick it off?
Please do.
Okay. I'm going to start with some administrative items, just so we all are aware of what we have in our packets. So you were given all of the budget items in your upload over the weekend, but in front of you are some paper copies so that you can follow through as we go. You have a copy of the agenda. You also, in your folder, have a year-to-date statement of revenues and expenditures, should you want to compare and contrast any numbers in the proposed budget to where we are currently today in fiscal year 2024. You then have your proposed draft general fund revenues and expenditures, and we will flip through that document as directors present. And then the last item you have in your packet is a printout of the proposed 2025 capital budget. We will also have this up on the screen during the meeting, but we have it in front of you should you need to make notes or want to look at it right in front of you on paper. So those are the items that we will be discussing this evening. The directors will all be presenting at the podium, and then Ray, Angela, and I will serve as resource and clarifying points as the directors make their way through their presentations as well. Are there any questions on the materials that are in front of you before we kick it off?
Nope.
All right. Quick budget overview in terms of the process itself. So the process does begin around the March timeframe. So we send a memo out to the department heads, basically giving them the schedule, and then operational budgets go out in May. We move through capital budget expenditures being due in June. Operational budgets are due in July. We compile the budget in August, and we're here tonight to present that draft proposed budget to you this evening. We'll take the month of October to basically take any suggested revisions or desires by Borough Council to make revisions to the draft budget. And then I will be back in front of you on November 6th to give a special budget presentation, which will be the full budget at 6 p.m. on November 6th. So it's 1 hour prior to the normal work session. The proposed draft budget and the tax levy ordinance will be on for consideration to advertise on November 20th. And then the budget itself and the ordinance itself will be on your agenda on December 18th for consideration for adoption. So that is the budget process and an overview of the schedule and some key dates. In terms of diving directly into the proposed 2025 budget, so to give you an overview, in terms of forecasted revenues and expenditures, you're looking at, God bless you, at revenues of approximately $18,110,709. And then for expenditures, you're looking at $18,461,276. So basically what that means before we start looking at reserve transfers, so before you start allocating cash reserves to go to your reserve funds, which is capital reserve, OPEB, again, not operating funds. What we need to balance the budget is roughly $350,000 between your proposed revenues and your proposed expenditures. Now, there will be some fluctuation in that number. We don't have final numbers in terms of our renewals from Divot for all of our insurances. So that number will most likely, based off of conversations we've had with Divot, come down. That number could also come down because we are tracking certain revenues that are coming in that are new for this year. So I will be doing a final evaluation of revenues specifically as they pertain to ownership of this building. Because remember, we no longer have a master landlord in Keystone Property Group. So all of those revenues are coming directly towards us. So you will see that number move slightly for your final budget, but it will most likely decrease, not increase. So when we're looking at our revenues and our expenditures and we add in those transfers, you're increasing that number by 1 million because you're taking 1 million, and we do the transfers towards the end of the year. We evaluate where we are in terms of revenues and expenditures, and at the end of the year, we'll make a transfer to our reserve funds if we have that money available to us. So we put 500,000 into capital reserve, and we put 500,000 into your OPEB fund, which is your post-employment benefit account, which is an investment account, and which accrues money on an annual basis so that you have the funds needed in order to pay the benefits to your retirees. So any question on moving into 2025 in terms of revenues and expenditures, those are the numbers. We know kind of what we're waiting to finalize in terms of that 350,000, and you'll see a final number as we go into November.
Steph, remind me from the revenue perspective, did you project the new things that are underway, or those are outside of what is presented in front of us?
No, so there are still some, so we have been doing an evaluation of the revenues as it pertains to development. You're looking at that 18, we'll just call it 18 million for sake of ease of conversation, is a concrete number in terms of the development that has come in. However, it's not everything at this point. So you're still looking at 400 West Elm is still not at a full assessed value. So you'll have additional real estate tax dollars that are coming in for that property. So once the county finalizes a full assessment, that real estate tax dollar in terms of revenues will increase. And then you also have all of the real estate tax for 401, 433 Washington Street, which is not included in any of your revenue numbers. So that will be a new revenue stream coming in, along with a proposed potential project by Morgan Properties. So those are the two projects, along with a assessment value that still needs to be increased, that will add to specifically to your real estate tax revenue line item.
So 401, 433 is anticipated for kind of a move-in maybe in 25?
No, you're looking at,
So it'll be later.
it'll be later, it'll be 2027
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay.
time frame, give or take.
Okay. So the only one that we're really kind of thinking that might come in the middle of what it is, that is considered calendar year 25, is 400 West Elm finalization of the
Correct.
assessment.
You could have the full assessment, the county assessment complete, as opposed to it being a partial assessment, a full assessment with those dollars coming in 2025.
Okay. And then you said this building, did you count the rents into the existing budget, or that is
So
also?
yes, the final budget will have, right now we have a line, the line item for the revenue is basically equal to what it was last year.
Okay.
But we've pooled the rent from the YMCA and the rent from Marion Health Partners comes in on a monthly basis, and that's a significant number. So you'll most likely see that line item once we're finalized our full calculations. So we have data from this year based off of the leases. We are in conversation with both of those entities. So I didn't want to finalize a number for our discussion this evening, but your final budget will see a significant increase in that specific line item that will account for the monthly rent that is now coming directly to the borough as opposed to a 50-50 split with Keystone Property Group.
So the numbers we're going to work with tonight are pretty close to what it is that we anticipate and expect without any surprises, either plus or minus.
Yes, you'll actually see you'll see a decrease in the amount of money you need to balance your budget, which is a good thing.
Anyone have any other questions?
Okay, I'm going to keep going then. So in terms of overall increase from 2024 to 2025, the proposed budget is a 9% increase. That increase is made up of multiple factors. There are new personnel costs that are built into that, specifically 4 new full-time employees and 5 part-time employees. That increase equates to roughly $715,000. So that is a large chunk of that 9%. Again, these are personnel decisions that directors have discussed with council over the course of the fiscal year. They are specifically, I'll get more into this later, so I'm just going to keep it at the overall number. 4 full-time, 5 part-time. You're also going to see an overall increase in your overtime budget for every department. Police, fire, licensing and inspections, public works, et cetera. And the reason why we are doing that is we did do a 3-year analysis of overtime across the board. We are in the Borough of Conshohocken is extremely attractive in terms of events. Everyone wants to be here, and there is a cost associated with that. So as we continue to be the host of these very exciting events, we are going to be putting a real cost analysis to each of those to see if we can recoup some of those costs and retain some of the events that we are currently hosting in the Borough of Conshohocken. We are in a financial position where we are very lucky that our business tax covers a lot of those costs, so it's not a burden to the resident of the Borough of Conshohocken. But as we continue to get additional requests for things like special events, we are going to have to start doing an analysis, which we are in the midst of doing, to determine what those real costs are and pass some of those costs on to the entities that are looking to use the borough. And because we have so many requests, if one of the current entities decides that that's not within their cost capability, then we kind of have a pipeline of people who want to come in here. And so we think this is a good time. You're going to hear across the board that we're reassessing fees for services in every department. There's going to be increases in your fee schedule, in rental costs, et cetera. So that's kind of the overarching theme. So there's new personnel included, there's overtime in every department. And then just to give you kind of a snapshot, because we always take a look at if we remove those new personnel recommendations, so if I take that $715,000 and I remove it from the budget, so we would stay status quo in terms of personnel moving into 2025, your personnel costs would only increase by roughly 2.39%. So you're really looking at a huge chunk of your personnel increases from those new recommended positions that we feel are needed in order to serve that increased population, increased demand, and the expectation now that we've set that every service we provide is a quality service. But however, if you were to remove that $712,000, then your overall percentage budget increase from 24 to 25 would be 5.06%. And that number is pretty much on target with the range of budget approvals that we have done in the last 10 years. Some lower, some higher, if you look at an average. And if you look at a market average as well, you're within that range as well. So part of the purpose of this evening is to decide if you're comfortable with that 9% increase with those personnel, those additional personnel recommended, and if you are, then we'll move forward in that trajectory. If you're not, then we can pull some of them out to decrease that overall percentage. But the good news is that the budget that we're presenting this evening does not require a tax increase. So everything we will be talking about this evening is not, there's no increased financial burden on a resident in the Borough of Conshohocken. So we're able to provide all these amenities, all these services, all the safety, health, wellness, everything that really makes Conshohocken the premier place to live, work, and play and grow in Montgomery County with no tax increase.
Can I ask a question, just as a
Sure.
clarification? With the overtime, that's strictly majority coming from those special events, like hiring somebody, it's not like regular day-to-day overtime, it's more of those big
everything's
those
associated
events.
with either, I mean, you'll hear from the directors for more of that day in, day out need for overtime.
Right.
But the majority of the departments, it's specific to needing them to come in for either special events weather-related instances, emergency management situations. So no, it's not a day-to-day.
Right, my question was, is it better to hire somebody else if it was more of a day-to-day thing? That's why I just wanted the clarification
Yeah,
on
that is not
Right.
the situation that we're looking at.
Got it.
And for the majority of the departments. Now, you do have one department that's going to be doing an assessment. He'll speak to that directly. And there may be recommendations moving down the road based off of the needs of that department. But for the majority of them, no, that's not the case.
So this percentage that you're doing is due to overtime, particularly for the special events. Why can't we raise our prices or costs?
That's what we're doing. We're in the midst of an evaluation of what those costs will be for those services. We haven't needed to do that because we are covering all of we are able to do that. We have, the events themselves have a direct positive impact on every business in the Borough of Conshohocken. And therefore, if you're looking at it in terms of BBT and EIT and LST are directly covering those costs, then they balance themselves out. But we will be looking at that. But that alone is not the reason for the full percentage. You're talking about new personnel, you're talking about additional service needs, and then you're just talking about an overall roughly 2.5 to 3% personnel cost, which is just a market rate increase. Okay, in terms of fund balance, so in terms of your reserves, your estimated cash position at the end of this fiscal year, 2024, will cover whatever is needed in order to balance your budget. And remember that the majority that's needed to balance the budget, once that $350,000 goes down, you're going to see a $1.3 million needed to balance the budget, but the $1 million of that is going into reserve funds. So it's basically taking it from your general operating fund and putting it into a rainy day fund, is how we like to think of it. But your cash position is strong. So you are slated to end 2024 with in around a $20 million fund balance. So if you're looking at the end of August, which was our last treasurer's report, you have roughly 22.9 available in your general fund. That will decrease slightly with the purchase and closing of the property on Fayette Street. But again, you're looking at that, $20 million range, and then your full cash position in all of your government funds moving into the end of 2024 right now is roughly $36.6 million. So you have a strong financial foundation that the borough is operating off of. Any questions on that? Okay, I will move into, so that is a general overview of kind of your cash position and also your overall expenditures and revenues and percentage increase, and the fact that there is no tax increase proposed in your budget. And I will continue some budget highlights and overall capital and general fund items that are important to highlight moving into 2025. But at this point, we will switch over to our department presentations. They will be discussing their capital request first. After we have gone through every department head's request for capital, we will go through an exercise where we decide which items in each department will be funded for 2025. So right now, it's more of just a listening session, and then we'll get into work session following that. And then after they've presented their capital, they'll move into their operational line items for anything that is over a 4% increase only. So you will need your long sheet and your general fund packet, and we'll work you through where to turn to and what page they're working off of. And Angela Metz is up first. So Angela, if you want to kick us off for administrative services.
Sure. Hello, everyone. So the first thing we're going to talk about is about 3/4 of the way down on your capital. It has the green on it.
It says
Under
administrative services.
Under administrative services. These requests are directly from our IT vendor, and they are to replace 5 staff computers or laptops per the depreciation schedule. The second thing is to replace the network cabinet that stores all of our servers, includes a battery backup, and the complete remote power control of all devices. So that's a total of $21,000. Any question on that?
They're saying replace the network cabinet?
Yes. There's a room upstairs that houses all of that, and actually some of the servers are on the ground currently. No, so we're gonna move them all in and have a better cabinet. Okay, so now we'll move to the general fund worksheet, which is the one with the yellow highlights on it on page 4.
So you're going to your expenditures only, so you can skip through the first 3 pages of revenues, and it starts on page 4 for your expenditures.
So we're moving down towards the bottom under finance. The first number is 01402215. That's for postage. Postage has gone up about 4 times in the last 2 years, which is a total of 10 cents. So we have bumped that line item up for $50. Basically, every postage line item you'll see in the departments has been bumped up a little because of this. The next one is 0402-317, which is finance and HR software. Our finance software is Edmunds, and that houses our all of our finance, all of our permitting, our billing. They have an annual increase around 5%. We will not know until October, November what that actual amount is. And then the second part of that is paychecks, which we do pay per person, so the increase in employees and the 5% inflation for that is the increase under that line item. Any questions there? The next one is bank charges, 0412-390. That is based on the amount of money that we have in our accounts and includes features that are industry standard protection services. It is also a discounted rate. It's $35,000.
Can you go back to the finance and HR software?
Sure.
So you said that's through Edmunds,
Yes.
and they do about a 5% annual increase?
Yes.
Is there any negotiation that occurs with that?
We do negotiate with them. Sometimes we can get it down to 3, but they house everything. They have our clouds. Everything is up in the cloud. They have all of our billing, permitting, all finance, all checks we cut.
Okay, thank you.
So the next will be on page 5 next. Is it me? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. So page 5, about halfway down, 0406-215 is another postage line, so we just added $50 for that one. 0406-321 is teledata. We've increased that to support new staff, landlines in their offices, and cell phones. 01407264 is computer services. This increase is the complete network management, licensing and software related to the 8 new EOC laptops and the 3 fire department laptops. This includes everything for those laptops: Office 365, Adobe, network management.
That's not all new, that we're incurring some of those costs now.
Yes. Well, yes.
It just wasn't in the full run rate, so
Right.
this is the difference. Okay.
How many laptops was it?
8 EOC and 3 fire. Any questions? That's all I have.
Any questions for admin services? All right, thanks, Ange.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Cost
Well-
of doing business.
We'll roll right into communications and special events. Paul?
Thanks, Steph. Hi, everyone. I do have one capital request for next year. It's a Crestron NVX upgrade, and to break down what that is, basically, it's the presentation software and hardware in this room. So it would upgrade the encoders for the ClickShare and the document camera, and then the piece in the middle that sends to the decoders, which there's one behind each of these 3 televisions that would get upgraded. It would also fix that television right there, because we know that television sometimes has a tendency to flash off and on. So by replacing that, it should also fix that. The other reason besides the flashing television is all this equipment is about at the end of its lifespan. It's about 9 years old, and it's been recommended that it goes 10. So we're trying to get ahead of it before, something goes haywire, and then potentially we have all 3 TVs flashing at the same time. So we're just trying to get ahead before all that stuff goes south at the same time.
If this is the Paul's Capital, so you're in Capital, and if you go to Communication, Special Events, and Media Production, there's the upgraded Crestron control system at $17,900. Questions on Paul's Capital? Okay, you want to move into your line item?
My line item, yes. It is one line item, but I feel like it's
Actually,
substantial.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Why did you pick the Creston? Did you look at a bunch of different ones and that was kind of the one you fell on, or was that
I
recommended?
work with Lero, and they're the company that handles all the equipment. So the piece right there next to Brittany is Crestron, so she can control the switcher, basically.
Gotcha.
And then we have other equipment in the back that's Crestron. So
Okay.
it's basically their recommendation, and that's what we stick with, and that's kind of what we've always used. So that's why Crestron.
Okay.
All right. So I have one light item, but as Steph said, it's the event
Yes.
budget
You are
line.
going to go in your general expenditure packet on page 4, and you're going to be looking at 01400-531.
Damn, Paul.
Well, as Steph mentioned at the top, people want to bring events to the borough, and one right off the top is an increase because we're adding the Flyers Alumni Weekend at the end of June, the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. That's going to be an event that includes a couple bike rides, I believe some sort of event on Fayette Street, and then a potential 5-10K course that we're going to map out with the Flyers. So that's going to be a big event. So that's why that number is what it is, the 20,000. And then the other large number that jumps out is the concert before the St. Patrick's Day Parade. And I've been talking to Rising Sun Productions. They do a lot of different concerts in the area. They're a full-service production company. So this would be a 3-hour show before the St. Patrick's Day Parade. We would talk to Hotel Westin Maine about using their space for it. And then they would cover the hiring of the band, all the promotion, all the sound and stage setup. And when I've talked to them, that was the high-end number that they gave me for a ticketed event at Hotel Westin Maine for 3 hours.
And that was what price, Paul?
40.
Okay. And then what's your remaining increase?
The remaining increases are to, well, first for fireworks, I'm increasing that by 5,000. What that would allow us to do is to use bigger fireworks. We had a meeting with Schaefer yesterday, and they mentioned we use a lot of 4-inch shells, and we have a potential to go bigger. And I know one of the only real complaint that residents had about the fireworks display was the finale not being grand enough. So some of that would go to make a bigger, more grand finale. The summer concert series, I would like to add a 7th concert. Right now, we do 6 in July and August. I would like to add a 7th, and that would be a kids show. So I would bring a kid-friendly band, and I would work with the fire department to do a concert at 5:30. The band would perform for an hour, and then we would go right into sprinkler night. And that would be held at Marywood Park. And I think Lauren outside just got wind of that news, so it might be a surprise to her, but surprise. So that is something I would like to add. Also, just the cost of bands hasn't been cheap. A couple of the bands this year, actually half of them, are more than $1,000, actually more than $1,500. Where's Pete, who everybody loved, they were our final concert, was $1,850. We also had a band in Supernaturals that were $1,600. So the cost of bands are going up, and some of this is just to try and keep these nice big bands that people have seemed to enjoy.
So just to clarify, you have a few new additions to the line item that is equating to an increase, but you also have potential new amenities being added to our current events based off of feedback that we've received from Borough Council and from the residents, like incorporating a concert within the Hotel Westin Main prior to the St. Patrick's Day Parade and the Flyers alumni event, which they already came and presented and it was approved.
Correct.
Make sense? Okay.
Yes. Also, too, Fun Fest, just, again, adding some more things. You know, some of the things I heard were we didn't have enough porta potties on the upper avenues. Some of this increase would go toward that. More inflatables, increase our kids area, because that was crazy on Saturday with how crowded it was. So if we can get some more inflatables. Also, an additional face painter, because I think they were on the verge of passing out with the length of lines they had.
We were at about an hour wait at one point during the event
Yes.
for face painting.
So that is some of the increase in the Fun Fest. And then also the cost of the county sheriffs would be now in my line item. We had the sheriffs in for the fireworks, and their cost was $4,050. And then we also used them for the bike race, and they were $2,220. Some of this increase will go to the sheriffs as well for those bigger events that we do.
And just to clarify, Paul, so all of the events are supplemented by sponsorships, correct? So all the costs of the event, for FunFest, for example, just to use it, what was the total number of sponsorship dollars that we received?
Sponsorship this year, we had 35 sponsors for a total of $25,000. And then we also had a record number of vendors. We had 99 vendors sign up, so at a minimum, it's a $50 fee, so we had approximately another $5,000 in vendor fees for FunFest. So that event total was around $30,000 in money brought in terms of sponsorship and vendor space fees.
Right, so just want to make it very clear that while there are expenditures going out, we do have money coming in for each of these events in some way, shape, or form. And what was the wait list for the vendors this year for FunFest?
40?
So you had 99 and you had 40 on a wait list?
Correct.
Yes.
Wow.
I just will chime in with one
Yep.
thing here for 2025. Borough's going to have 175th anniversary. So some of the costs that Paul will have to absorb is things we want to do to celebrate that. And then the year after that, we're going to have
The
250. 100. So we're going to have another increase in how we celebrate that. So things like fireworks will incorporate the 175th for fireworks and the Fun Fest and then the activities we're having in the municipality.
Can we expand the route further up Fayette for the Fun Fest?
We'll work with that internally in terms of, we have a debrief meeting on Monday, so we have lots of ideas that we're going to work through. We do have to control the aspect of the event itself, but yes, we'll look at all of our different options. So those are the requests that are coming directly from Paul for special events and communications. Any questions on those specific items, other than the fact that you've created an extremely attractive area in which to host events. And if the Fun Fest is indicative, clearly the community is loving the ability to come out onto their main street and celebrate all that is Conshohocken.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention this about the fireworks. I have, at least in conversation, learned that people are concerned about fireworks because of the noises, and that they can trigger their pets, animals, that sort of thing. Also, sometimes people with PTSD could have an issue. I would just ask, at some point, could you look into how the cost of a drone show as opposed to fireworks? I'm not interested in canceling any sort of fireworks, but I think it would be, if we're looking at how we make these things sustainable, there may be a chance that a cool drone show is in the future, or an extra event with a cool drone show.
I can answer some of that. I looked into that. It's 3 times as much. So it would be 3 times as much. It requires a lot of logistical help. If you've seen this one in Philadelphia, we're not in that category. But certainly we've had the conversation about the noise and the pet. I have a dog that's not really good with fireworks, and I have a daughter that doesn't particularly like them either. But we've had kids with issues like that in the park, and the police department did a great job.
Yeah, great
One of
job.
the officers actually had a photograph in one of the newspapers where he helped a kid go through fireworks. So we'll do what we can with that, and it's not like we're not unaware that this is going on. But going in that is not just taking the staff. That is going in a completely different direction. And I don't really think logistically we're set up for that. I think you have to have a much bigger open area and a higher ground. So we'd have to look for other different places for it.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for Paul?
One thing I'll just mention, Paul, you mentioned the kids' concert.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic idea. They do a great job at Ardmore Music Hall, where they actually do adult music. It's a cover bands that, like, they cover Bowie. I've taken my kids to a Fish show, but it's completely catered towards kids. The entire event, but the music is also in combination with something like adults will enjoy. So it's a great idea. So I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Steph.
Lauren, are you ready? She doesn't have a boot on today.
No, I opted to try without.
Try without the boot,
Yes.
okay. So you walked around all of Fayette Street for Fun Fest in the boot, and then you came here with
Well,
no boot.
yeah, I mean, I think I needed it that day.
Okay, moving into recreation services, so we'll start with Lauren for capital. So you are on your capital worksheet under the recreation section, and Lauren will walk you through her requests.
Good evening, everyone. The first item on my capital budget list is lights for the A field. I understand that this number may be shocking. We received a quote from Musco Lighting for $830,000. Currently, the lights are too low. They're not at a proper height, and they're not aimed properly. They're also not energy efficient. There is significant bleed off and glare issues. The quote that we were given also includes the poles because they can't be retrofitted. Ray, do you know when these lights were installed?
Well, we're mine.
Yeah.
Say in the, probably in the early 70s and 70s.
Okay.
Are these stadium lights?
Well, they're
Ones
used
that
for
you're
our
requesting.
stadium.
No, then the ones that are being requested, are you requesting like stadium lights, or are these lights that would be on at all time at night, or how would that work?
They're for utilization of the field.
Okay.
Yes, and they would still work similar to how it works now with a switch. They would need to be turned on. Yeah, so
What
they wouldn't be.
events do you expect to attract by having an upgraded light system?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, Alan.
So what event What events do you expect to attract? with
I
upgraded
think the
lighting?
same type of events that we have currently. We have Chestnut Hill using the facility. They use it for practices, they use it for games. This year, we partnered with, I'm sure you know, Colonial Soccer, and they are using it a significant amount. So I think football, soccer, we have rugby using it. So continuing with the same, but upgrading our facility as well.
You say Chestnut Hill, you're talking about Chestnut Hill College?
College, yes.
Soccer?
Football, sprint football.
What are the returns on the investment for that, would be also their LED, high output, high output, I think they're halogen, and they're gonna be obsolete. There's gonna be a point in time in the near future where we're not gonna have a choice. We've actually looked at this several times before, because there's 4 dark areas in that field, and these LEDs would be able to be manipulated to the point where it doesn't go away.
You mentioned glare and, what is it, overflow?
Bleed off.
Bleed off.
Bleed off. So also with these new lights, you would expect to be able to limit or precisely aim where you want the light so that it wouldn't be bothering residents?
Correct.
Are the current ones bothering residents?
I don't think that I field.
A resident just said yes.
I mean, you can notice it, I mean,
Yeah.
it is what it is, but.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever received complaints about the lighting from the A field. I think the lighting from the B field, we have more of an issue with, which brings me to my next line item, or the B field lights. Again, this is a proposal from Musco Lighting. The lights at the B field are approximately 20 years old, possibly older. They were parking lot lights from a car dealership that were then repurposed to and given to us. With the new lights, they'll be energy efficient. There will be less bleed off again to the residential houses. And again, they can't be retrofitted, so new poles.
Would you be able to remotely control the lights?
Well, that would depend on how we have it installed. Currently, we have it on a timer. I can't do it from my phone, but it is something that if the software is provided, we can look into, but they are on timers currently.
Also, speaking to the residents around that area, there's 3 new houses being built directly across
I think, yeah,
from
see-
the A fields that were not previously there. I don't know what their lived experience will be once they move in there with the existing lighting. So that is one consideration. Mary's as well, but you know, the people who are living right there are actually going to be almost level with what the field
Yeah,
is now.
that's true.
So,
And if it's one or the other, the preference would be B field lights. It is used every single night, you know, every single day throughout the year. So from the first time they can play on, which was the last week in February this year, till December, it will be utilized.
The system that'll be spec'd out will be either on an app that you'll be able to change the lighting, or it will be on a timer. So it will be a lot easier to control.
Yes.
I just personally have a preference, like, almost future-proof it and put it on, make sure we go for the app, so that way, if there's an need.
I'll make sure that
to use it,
Musco offers that, you know, that there is an app associated with the system
something
that's
that
put in.
gives you the ability to control it remotely, or public services, rather.
Okay. So the next item in capital budget would be continuing with the A-field building. The windows would be next, so we're trying to, you know, go for from the outside in with this renovation. I know I presented to you last year, so we received a quote for the windows. We received 3 quotes, so this number is in the middle. And the company that gave this particular quote is CoStar's. So
Basically, the next step
Yeah.
with the building renovation that you're recommending is the windows be replaced.
And you can see by the picture around the
Picture of
trim.
yourself.
And this is not just those, and you can see me. And I did not mean to do that now.
What? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, so this is not just for these two, windows. It is around the entire building.
What is the step after replacing the windows?
We would go to doors and possibly then something inside.
Okay, you can keep.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions for that? Okay. Next are bike racks for our parks. We currently do not have bike racks in all of our parks. So we would get new ones for those particular parks and then replace the old ones. They're just outdated and some of are rusted. So at this time, we just thought it was a good idea to replace the existing ones that we do have. This idea also was brought to us by the Marywood Park Commission, so I just want to give them a shout out. And this quote is for 7 new bike racks, 2 different sizes. So Sutcliffe Park needs bigger sizes as opposed.
Are we working with the school, the Colonial School District as well to try and put some near the school area where kids ride their bikes down there? Have we discussed that at all?
We reached out to the facilities operator. We got confirmation that they received our request. We have not received a response yet.
Okay,
But yes, that is underway.
okay.
Any questions? All right. Next is community center items. First on that list would be door openers, handicap door openers for our front entrance doors. We did replace the doors a few years ago. The company always said that we could add the option of the handicapped door opener. And just in the past couple years, we feel it's needed with our senior population that comes into the building, especially.
I will say that since we use the community center as one of the, where 4 wards vote, that we get a lot of people that could use that assistance as well on those days.
Yes, thank you. Next item would be our reception desk area. As you can see, it's chipped, cracked. We are trying to update, the community center, and so with the, with that, we would like that to fit into the aesthetic of the building. And this quote is from Delos Construction, who has done and is currently doing work for us. So. Next on the list would be our gymnasium HVAC system. Well, a number that would be designated for that portion. As you all know, we applied for a grant in April to add air conditioning to our gymnasium. It's a dual unit. We did apply for the grant, which the total cost of the project is around $590,000. So today we're asking for $130,000 to cover the borough costs of that.
And so just to clarify with that specific grant, the breakdown is the total grant that we requested is $590,000. The borough share of that project would be the $130,000 that Lauren has included in her capital budget request. And then we have received a private donation to potentially fund the project of roughly $45,000. So that equates to the total project cost of roughly $765,000.
Does that take care of all the HVAC in the gymnasium area at that point?
In the
Everything
gymnasium.
is done, correct?
Correct.
There was no other outstanding, okay,
It's done with the current structure as is.
as it stands, yeah, okay.
Any questions? All right, so moving on to operational budget items with an increase of more than 4%.
You're gonna, just quickly, you're gonna flip to page 12 of your packet in your expenditures. So you can follow along, account 451.
So this is the community organization operating expense. Previously, the money was earmarked for just specifically the rowing center for 2025 and moving forward. This, we're asking for money to be designated for not only the rowing center, but for Conshohocken baseball and softball and the community garden. So those contributions would be included in that number.
Could you break down
Yes,
what the
so
figures are for each organization?
for the rowing center, $10,000 would be designated. For Conshohocken baseball and softball, $25,000 would be designated. And for the community garden contribution, $2,500 would be designated.
And so you had a specific request that came in from Conshohocken baseball and softball. And so this would be satisfying that request, and it would be built into your operating budget, and it would reoccur on an annual basis. And then you had the community garden. Nicole came in and presented on what the community garden is doing specifically for the community with that request for those funds as well. And then, as we've stated previously, the rowing center, we are decreasing our annual investment into the rowing center. So we are on a 3-year stage out process. This would be the last year that we are providing taxpayer funding for the community center. For the rowing center, I'm sorry. Lauren's just like, oh, the community center. The rowing center would continue to be operated as a nonprofit. It would continue to serve the Borough of Conshohocken, but the borough itself would not be providing funding from an operating perspective. Go ahead.
So we're reinvesting those dollars into other community activities instead.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. The next line item is our rec software. So the increase just reflects the quote that we were given for 2025 provided by Rec Desk, the provider of our software. Any questions on that?
That software's meeting your needs today? Is it meeting your needs for long term?
Yes and no. I'm not a big fan of it. I have asked two of my staff members to work on researching other recreation software, and they're currently doing that. Especially with the increases that we have seen, it doesn't reflect any benefits to me. You know, it's not that things are being, there's not enough new or improvements to the software, so they're currently working on that for me.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And the last line item is recreational supplies. This increase will account for, as you know, a couple months ago, I presented at the meeting on our department's program successes, and this will account for the increase in materials and supplies for camp, so extra campers. This also includes increases that we have seen in other programs, especially our bingo program, and other programs, that we're currently running. The economy is what it is at this point, and that increase reflects that as well. Any questions?
Any additional questions for Lauren?
I had a question about the lighting. What's the longevity for these new lights? How long are we talking about lifespan-wise, in theory?
Stacy, you know what? I don't have that answer offhand, but
Okay.
I can get it for you. It may even,
Usually minimum of 10, usually 15 years. But the technology is going to change before the lights need to be replaced. So these are, you could foresee whatever price this is right now.
Right.
It's going to be much less in the future. So.
Right.
But stadium lights, especially with LEDs, there's not that many different types of lights that can accomplish that. And since we're kind of bound by either co-stars or putting it out to the procurement program with the state, there's not too many that we can use. But we also can look in the future. ECO offers a lot of things, grants and things like that. Generally, they start in public buildings and then move around. They have not offered anything for a stadium, but we did do the entire community center.
Yeah, we did.
With ECO.
Okay.
Just curious, from an electrical infrastructure perspective at the stadium, do we know that we're set up to support?
Yeah, lights, LED lights are actually lighter, and the stress on the system, the electrical system, the grid is less.
Now, are they running new wire? Is that like kind of thinking of running new wiring is inclusive in that, or is that the idea? Because,
They can use, the biggest part of it is the labor to pull the wire.
Sure, yeah.
So, since there's already existing, they can pull the conduit that they already.
okay, so it's already in conduit, so they can pull right through it. Okay.
Now,
Screwing in.
And then, you said it was going to be less cost. Have you guys figured out, like, cost-wise, how much less that's going to be per year on the electrical for there?
I have
Like
not.
percentage?
we haven't done it yet, because we're not recommending that those two projects move forward, so sorry. Based off
understand,
of
but-
funding that we have available. But yes, so we're presenting you the light this evening so that you know moving forward, once we have prioritized our projects, that this is going to be a necessity in the near future. And therefore, when it comes back in front of you, you'll have an assessment that shows basically the cost savings on our end, just like Ray had presented for the community center when Ray did the whole community center, versus what we're spending currently for the lights. And this will also coincide with an increase in the cost of what every entity that uses our lights has to pay in order to use them.
Gotcha.
The turnaround for community center is 22 months.
Okay.
We were zero. With our contribution for the lights, we were return on our investment.
Yeah.
Would this be quicker turnaround?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Okay, any other questions for Lauren?
Thank
All
you.
right, great, thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Lauren.
Chief Lennon? We'll roll right into the police department. So the police capital, which Dave will start with, is at the very top of your list, your capital list.
Good evening. Tonight I'll be presenting the capital item requests and operational increases for the police department. The first capital item request is an office for our new detective sergeant position. This update will create a dedicated space for the new detective sergeant's role. Construction will include removing walls to incorporate space within the current detective office, create a unified entrance into that space, and include furniture, storage equipment, IT updates to the space. This is an $18,150 request. Our second request is updates to our wellness room. This will replace outdated equipment with new Peloton treadmill, Peloton rowing machine, Peloton stationary bike, and new weightlifting equipment. It'll also include 2 AED machines for the police department. Currently, we have 2. We would increase to 4. We have 8 patrol cars, so that would give us 2 more for our patrol cars. We would also replace our existing water fountain with a dual water fountain water bottle refilling station. This would help align with the borough's green initiative. There are divot grants available to offset the costs of the gym equipment, which we've researched. This is a $29,000 and $29,010 request.
Do we know what the utilization of that room is? Do we have data on how often it's used, by how many?
We do get, I wouldn't say significant amount of use out of it, but we get enough use out of it that the officers have asked collectively to make these changes in the equipment that we have. It's a benefit to the officers. They don't necessarily work out during their shift. They work out before and after their shift. Occasionally, we have officers come in on their day off. If they're here for training or court time, they'll use the gym. And it's also available to our admin staff and our elected officials because there's an entrance off of our main lobby.
And when's the last time, how old is that equipment?
That equipment was placed in there when we built the building, so all the equipment in there is the original equipment.
So it's roughly 10 years and has basically expended its life cycle.
Yes.
So this addresses health and wellness of our staff so that we can have retention and.
It's a benefit. It's something that we put on our new hire sheet when we go out to new hire testing. We have a list of benefits that come with our municipality, and that's one of the things that we list. When we have people come in for tours of the station, they're always impressed with the fact that we have those facilities built within our police department and available for our officers. And like I said, there are DIVIC reimbursements that we'll seek if we do get these items.
So recruitment, retention, health and wellness. Okay, great, thank
And
you.
there should be a direct correlation in some aspects to heart and lung and workers' compensation when it comes to a position like a police officer.
Thank you.
You mentioned getting Peloton equipment. Does this also include paying for an annual service?
So you'll see that new line item in our operational increase.
Okay.
Our next item we're asking for is traffic safety equipment. This equipment would support the department's traffic safety initiative with increased motorist notification and reportable survey results. The equipment we're asking for is a 12-inch digital sign, mounting pole and solar charging accessories to go along with that sign, stop sticks, which are a tool for disabling a vehicle for engage in a pursuit or to prevent a pursuit. Basically, what we want to do is we want to monitor and collect data and strategically target traffic concerns. So if you're familiar with East Elm Street, we have 2 digital signs down there. What we'd be doing is we'd be taking the digital sign in the 300 block and we'd be permanently mounting that like the one in the 200 block, adding a solar component for that, and then we'd be purchasing a new digital speed sign to replace that, and we would use that to conduct traffic surveys throughout the municipality, which enables us to satisfy residents' concerns about traffic issues and then target our enforcement.
Do you think the electronic speed signs work?
Excuse me?
Do you think the electronic speed signs work?
Statistically, we can actually see the motorist response to them. So when we put the signs up, we can collect the data off of there. So one of the abilities in the sign is that you can collect data without the sign displaying anything, and then you can collect data with the sign when it does display the speed. So you can see the difference, and I've gone through many of these studies, and you can see the difference when the speed is on. But one of the things that the PennDOT and the Traffic Calming Handbook and the manufacturers of these signs recommend is that you move these signs around. So that's why we're asking for an additional one that we can move it around and conduct surveys and put it in areas that we need to target and that we get concerns from residents about.
Does PennDOT allow you to put something like that on Fayette Street?
Yes.
So you're saying the mobility allows you to respond to neighbors' complaints or people in the community complaining, hey, we've seen an uptick on XYZ street, we could move this there, is that what you're saying?
Yes. So traditionally in the past, what we would do is we would put the sign out in locations where we felt as the police department were areas that we wanted to collect statistical data. If we did not get a complaint, we would store that data and we would move on to different sites. We've identified 12 locations that we're going to put mounting devices out. So this sign will move to those 12 locations, and then if we have additional locations, we'll identify them and move the sign to that location also.
So you're saying 12 poles were installed?
Yes, 12 poles.
Not an apparatus that moves.
Yeah, so what you'll see in the community is you'll see a traditional sign post that we would mount a metal sign on. It'll have a small bracket on it, and then the sign will move to those locations. And then if we identify additional areas, we'll move the sign and we'll purchase additional mounts. So it's a cost-effective way of providing the entire community with the same technology. Questions? The next item we're requesting is Cellbrite certification. Our Cellbrite machine is what we use in the police department to download phones and digital devices. So this is an intermediate level certification course for the detective division designed to further develop mobile device handling and data extraction skills. The Cellbrite machine software aids in most criminal investigations As I've spoken with council before, when we talked about our detective sergeant's position and all the things that the detectives do, forensic examinations of digital devices is becoming really a daily routine, and it's no longer it's really a necessity now. It's not really a luxury. So we would be sending our detectives to get certified on this. For legal purposes, Cellbrite operators must be certified. None of our current detectives are certified in that. We do have one officer in the department who's back, went from detectives to patrol. So we're going to ask to have all of our officers certified for that. That way they can testify in court as to what they're downloading on the software. And this is a request for $15,000. It's $5,000 for each officer. It's a 1-week course.
Chief Lennon, when you look at the use, and you said it's increasing, what percentage of that is Conshohocken versus mutual aid, where others are coming in to ask for your assistance?
Our mutual aid was, I would say, higher than it is now. We're seeing more and more of our surrounding departments getting their own machines because of the frequency of the need to do this type of examination. So I would say currently we have just one department that comes to us regularly for it, and most of the other departments around us have this technology by now. Our next request is for police vehicles. We're asking for 2 patrol vehicles. This would align with our current depreciation schedule. These vehicles would replace patrol vehicles that are 5 years old. They would be hybrid models, and they would align with the borough's initiative towards a more eco-friendly future.
What kind of vehicles would these be?
So currently, we're looking at the Ford Interceptor. It's a hybrid. It's a civilian model would be an Explorer. Police model, they call it an Interceptor. It's a hybrid model vehicle. They make this specifically for the fleet market, and that's what we would be purchasing. And we make that decision based on what's available and what type of equipment we can upfit into that. So not every hybrid vehicle or electric vehicle is capable of being upfitted as a police car.
That's before you put all your equipment in it?
That was my question.
This total cost is for the vehicle, the upfit, the lettering. It's the complete package. So that's why you see that high number.
Chief, can you remind us the difference between the wear and tear on a patrol car versus a private vehicle?
I can give you a statistic that Ford says an idling of one of our vehicles is equal to driving at 22 miles. So the wear and tear, we're on the road. We have 8 patrol vehicles. Typically, we have 4 officers on a shift at a time. So our vehicles are on the road 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Occasionally, they're down for maintenance, or people take them to training. So our vehicles are really expendable part of what we do. So we're constantly looking to replace them, and with this depreciation schedule, our insurance company actually says I think we should be ahead of what we're actually replacing our vehicles at, what time frame. But I will say our officers do take care of the equipment that they are given, so we typically get more usage out of it than maybe a typical larger police department. And most of the time, we try to repurpose these vehicles within the municipality if we can.
You said this is basically the turnkey price, right? So completed package. The lettering, tagging, is it going to be black and white or shadow?
So moving forward, these vehicles will be black and white. We're going to incorporate more black and white vehicles. We may keep 1, possibly 2 of the shadowed vehicles, but we have had community outreach about both color schemes. So, but we're going to go with black and white.
What happened, what are the 2 vehicles that you plan to remove from the fleet, and what happens to them?
So that'll be up to the executive director of operations. Either they'll be listed on municipal or he will most likely see if there are other needs within the municipality or if there's a neighboring municipality that has a need. Like I said, these vehicles still have value, and we like to get the most out of that value.
Do you know what the cost was that we sold the last 2 vehicles for?
Yeah, so we just sold 2. Actually, we sold one to a York Regional Police Department, and we did it through municipal bid. The vehicle initial cost was about $28,000, and I think we got 16 or 17 for it. And that was a 2016, and then about the same number. We got about 8,000 less than what we paid for another one that we bought. Understand that even this is a hybrid, so this is gas and electric. That is about $52,000 to a municipality, where if you went to buy that car, it's in the probably 70s. So it's because of CoStar. They've actually gotten considerably up in the last 2 or 3 years. But being hybrid, we also have the fact that we're going to use less fuel.
And typically, we will transfer equipment through vehicle cycles. So some of the equipment we can transfer. The cost you see here is to replace radios and in-car cameras. So that's a considerable cost that these items are getting to the end of their life cycle. So moving forward, we're going to incorporate those costs in the overall cost of the vehicle rather than coming to you and hopefully not having to ask for large operational or capital item requests for car cameras for the entire fleet of vehicles, radios for the entire fleet of vehicles.
You hear the same mantra throughout presentations here. Any vehicles are very difficult to get. So the cars that the chief ordered for 2024, I just got an email today, they'll be in hopefully November 4th. So usually they're in the fleet by the latest June. Now they're not even here. And that's if they do get it.
So that's the basic car get here, then he has to get all of the work done.
And that's a whole nother,
It's a whole
that's
other
a whole
process.
nother headache because those parts are all delayed. So where the fire department was waiting 6 months, 7 months to get a siren and a set of lights. It's still a difficult period of time trying to get that type of equipment. Luckily, we've gotten, hopefully we'll get the 4 that are supposed to come in on last year's budget. And then we'll keep going in the direction we're going. There's nothing that, the good part about it is that they have cars. And that's the important thing.
And that's why we stick to the depreciation schedule.
The York Police Department that came down here to purchase one of our old cars are in a different predicament.
Where will you plug them in?
These do not need to be plugged in. These are hybrid and electric, so we don't have to.
So I'm just going to,
Charging themselves as they're running?
Yes.
just to be mindful of time, we're going to move off, keep moving.
Our next item request are firearm suppressors. If you remember, in last year's capital request, we asked for new long gun rifles, which we were lucky enough to get. This would be a sound suppression system for these rifles. These suppressors eliminate the first round flash and reduce sound and dust signatures. Divot recommended this during their audit for us to get this. It's a officer safety, it's a community safety issue based around if we have to use these weapons, we want to make sure that our officers are not going to lose their hearing over it or the community is not going to lose their hearing over it. So we're asking for $11,990 for 10 suppressors. And there are divot grants available for this. Our next capital request is, I'm sorry.
this goes for a bunch of your slides, but when you say grants available, so this is the full price, you're not including an expected grant amount?
That's correct.
But we will attempt to
Right, right. So
receive
it's all-
grant dollars.
But we're not stuck on if we
No.
approve this.
No, we
and
put
don't get grant
we
money.
put the full cost in, and then if we receive grant money, that goes into your revenues, and you have less money that comes out of your capital account.
Thank you.
That's fine. Let's go. Keep on.
Our next item is police workstations. We're asking for 4 workstations. This continues with our current depreciation replacement program. These computers will replace outdated machines. This allows us to maintain current IT standards and meet the criminal justice cybersecurity requirements. Everything in criminal justice is moving to two-factor authentication coming in the next month, so we're keeping up with that. Currently, there's 29 workstations within the police department, so each year we ask for 4. This is a request for $7,800. Our next request is for a server compliance upfit. This would be to replace an older server in the police department. This would include the hardware, installation, and software. This would enable the police department to be compliant with new NIBRS reporting standards and be capable of complying with the latest CJIS reporting and security requirements. Criminal justice requirements, now we move from UCR reporting to what they call National Incident-Based Reporting System, and there's new security features that are associated with that. So this server will bring us into compliance with that. The police department did find a grant for this. We did apply for this grant, and with the help of Chris Stetler, we were awarded this grant. So this is a $23,000 request, and all of that will be covered by this PCCD grant.
But understand that the money still has to be budgeted in your expenditures and your capital. So you're still counting for it in your expenditure side, but you'll have grant dollars that will come in your revenue.
Our next request is new officer equipment. This will replenish our spare equipment inventory that was used when we hired our 2 new officers. So we're asking for 2 new tasers, 2 portable radios, 2 handguns, and 2 body cameras. These are items that are required in our general orders. So this is a request for $26,846. Our next request is ballistic vest grant matching. These are for the officers' bulletproof vests. They're on a 5-year replacement cycle, which is required by the NIJ. These are also required in our general orders. We've applied for a grant to cover these items, and we need we're requesting the matching funds, and this is a request for $6,015. Finally, we're asking for a license plate recognition camera agreement. This is for our LPR cameras. This is a 5-year agreement, and this is a $45,000 request.
And this will be an annual request that's built into your budget for the next 5 years, based off the installation of the LPRs that you previously approved.
So it's $45,000 a year.
Correct.
Does this help with speeding in any way? Like, does it address that issue?
It does not,
Okay.
but it does, it has already proven to be instrumental in investigations. Not only investigations, for traffic concerns, it will tell us about suspended registrations, expired registrations, stolen vehicles, wanted persons. It will give us alerts tied to that vehicle license plate.
Are we locked into that price for 5 years, or is there a chance that that price would raise?
No, we're locked in.
This is to cover the cost of the equipment.
Oh.
So
That's an equipment cost.
there is in our operational requests, you'll see a software cost. So
I
this
see,
is
okay.
for the equipment.
So you approved an amount, and that is spread out over the course of a 5-year period. So you So we didn't expend that full amount in 1 year. All right, any questions for Dave on capital before we move to operating? Okay, hearing none, then we'll turn to page 7 of your expenditure packet.
So for our operating budget, our first increase we're asking for is for our overtime. Currently, we're budgeted $180,000. We're asking that number to be changed to $390,000. This would be adjusting to reflect actual budget spent, actual budget numbers spent on overtime. There's a chart here that indicates how that overtime gets spent. You'll see 39% of that is shift coverage, followed by 22% of that in training, and the rest is divided up amongst all the other things that we do in the police department. If you move to the next slide, for comparison, I included the 2019 overtime, which showed 55% of that is shift coverage and 14% of that is training. So in 2019, we had our matrix study done for the police department, and it noted that a typical police overtime budget is between 5 and 15% of their overall budget. The request amount of $390,000 would be 5.61% of the total operating budget for the police department. So this falls well within what a typical police department would look like for overtime, and I'm in the process of doing a deep dive into our overtime and our total police department budget for our officers, and I hope to come to you in the near future with some solutions on how we can more efficiently run the police department.
And just to clarify, so the $390,000, while it is technically a request by the chief of police, it is also a deliberate demonstration of what is actually being spent on an annual basis. So instead of it not accurately reflecting what is actually being expended, the line item has now been increased to illustrate a 3-year average of what that overtime cost actually is. So the budget is now, in fact, basically correct.
I'd like to say thank you for this view. I've been looking for this view for several years, and this is the first time that in a visual we can see exactly the work that's been done for the money that we spent on a report. So thank you for putting it up this way for us to see.
Well, I would like to thank Kelly for putting all that together.
Good job, Cal.
Okay.
Our next operational request is postage. As Angela spoke to you earlier, we're requesting a $250 increase there. Gas, oil, antifreeze, we're asking for a $7,000 increase there. Our tactical team expense, we're asking for a $1,000 increase there. There was an assessment fee from the different departments to fit their needs. Our next request is a bicycle unit request. We're currently at $1,000. We're asking to go to $2,500. This will give us the ability to outfit our new officers that we have, purchase some new equipment. We purchased some new bikes for our bike race, and we'd like to have a little bit larger of an operating budget, so hopefully we can get some of these officers back out on the street. Information services, we have an increase there. This is our Clear. This is software that we use to conduct investigations. We get information from PennDOT about phone numbers and addresses, but more of our information actually comes from this software Clear, and we're adding a LPR feature which incorporates tow trucks that have LPR, insurance vehicles that have LPRs on them. So as they drive around, we collect the information, and it's a package within this Clear software. Our next increase is teledata, and this increase goes from $38,000 to $55,000, and what we're doing here is we're moving our WatchGuard, which is our in-camera video, and our body-worn camera video. We're moving this to the cloud, so we're taking it out of the police department server. We're pushing this to the cloud. This was a recommendation during our cybersecurity audit. It takes us hands off with having to manage that server. And in the future, we won't see a server cost for that, which we typically budgeted for a 5 to 7 year cycle. So we'll be moving all that stuff to the cloud, which is really the way of all the things that we're moving.
You mentioned that that was brought up during the security audit.
Yes.
So how does this improve the security by moving it to the cloud?
So by not having us manage that software on the server, it alleviates us from being part of the evidence chain of being responsible for that server. It alleviates us from having the liability of the power goes out, the video didn't back up to the server. Now we have the DA and the civil attorney is looking for this video and we don't have it. It potentially opens us up to liability. So by having someone else manage that, it alleviates us from a lot of headaches. Our next increase is our computer software contract, which Brittany has up here. I'll just go through this briefly. Our Power DMS has an increase. That is our policy software that we use to track policy. This is a rate increase. 50% of this subscription will be reimbursed by our DIVIT grant. Our next increase is Clean. This is our connection terminal to the state police where we use our live scan machine where we fingerprint and photograph people. We have a dedicated T1 line into the police department for that, and the state is asking for an increase there. Our next line item is our RMS, which is our records management system. This is increasing slightly. I will remind you, though, that this is managed by the county. This is software that we did receive free for the first 2 years, and there was no costs. And since then, the county, we've been on this software since 2018. The county has absorbed all of the increases in this software up to this year. So we're now finally having to pay for this. The county did also provide us with free migration of all of our data from our old records management system onto this new records management system. So when we took advantage of this software, it was free. Agencies that want to join this records management software now have to pay upwards of $20,000 to migrate all their data. So we did have some cost savings in the beginning, and now we're going to have to pay for it. License plate software reader, Adrian, this was what I spoke to earlier. This is a new line item for us. So this is $2,900 for the software for our license plate reader system, and you'll see this moving forward. PICO fee for licensing of license plate readers. This is an annual fee that was approved with the license plate reader system. This is a 3% yearly increase. We're working with our vendor to try to alleviate some of the use of PICO polls, which we've done when we installed this system. So we're going to try to lower that number for next year. Microsoft licensing went up by $500. Our Power Ready subscription is a new line item that you'll see this year. This is our field training software and our performance evaluation software that we're using in the police department. So this will be a new annual fee. And our gym software subscription to go along with our capital item request of $1,200. Our next operational item is our training budget. Our current training budget is $5,000. We're asking for that training budget to be increased to $20,000. Our current budget allocates $250 per officer per year for training. It's not really a lot of money when we see how much time we're actually spending training. We're spending 22% of our overtime paying officers to be trained, but we don't have necessarily the money to support that. So again, our matrix study that we had done recommends that there's 40 hours of minimum training per officer per year. So this new budget would allocate $1,000 per officer, and that would break down to $25 per training hour that we would be paying. So I think that's a reasonable amount to ask for to train our officers. Our final operational increase is our furniture and fixtures budget, which is $1,000. We're asking to move that to $5,000. Again, we're getting to the point in our building here where we've been here for 10 years. we're gonna have to start replacing some stuff, so we'd like to have the budget to be able to replace stuff when it needs to be. And that's it for operational items, if you have any questions.
Any questions for Chief Lennon? Okay.
Thank you.
She's ready.
Ready. I'm trying to get through this because the next part's more exciting, I promise. Hi, everyone. I'm here to present the emergency management capital items for 2025. It is not many, but you'll see why. So the first thing is vehicle barriers. So the company that we've gone with for the first two we've purchased is called RoloGuard. They are one of the only companies currently approved by the U.S. Department of Defense in the creation of something like this. So we had ordered 2 of them earlier this year. We've utilized them at a number of our events. We had them out at the St. Patrick's Day. We had them at the top of Fayette during Fun Fest this past weekend. So they have those little covers on the top because it looks quite scary without them. These will stop a vehicle charging at a crowd. These will stop a vehicle that simply doesn't realize that there's an event on the street and is still trying to drive while they're checking their phone or looking out the window or what have you. These will stop any vehicle that is coming towards any group of people that we may have gathered for any reason. So while we have used them intentionally at events that are fun, we can also utilize them if there is ever a scene of an accident. You may remember a few years ago we had an accident on Fayette right at 7th. We can pull these out in a jiff to block vehicles from approaching any place where we don't need vehicles approaching. So as you can see, we've had more community events this year than ever before. Next year, we are adding on the Flyers Alumni event, which will involve both a run and a bike race in our roadways. Something like this can come in handy at a time like that. The only problem is to actually close Fayette across. It will take 4, maybe even 5 of these. We only have 2 at the moment to test. Our public services team has become much more comfortable in getting them on and off the street quickly. So now that we feel comfortable utilizing the technology, we'd like to have enough to close Fayette on both sides and close the cross streets also, if possible. So we are asking for enough money to purchase enough of these, probably about 15 or 16, in order to be able to do that. Any questions on that?
4 to 5, that covers all 4 lanes.
So they do connect. There's a chain that connects them across. So if we were to connect 4 will really get the roadway. I would love 5 because that would really be sidewalk to sidewalk, so that nothing can sneak by. And they connect in a way that even if somebody tries to drive at the connection, it is blocked, it is stopped. The car cannot pass.
And then what, 3 on the cross streets?
I think 2 or 3 on cross streets, depending. Yeah. Right now, you'll see we utilize Jersey barriers. We use blocking vehicles. We have all sorts of things that we configure to keep the roadways safe from anybody trying to pass. These are a much more compact way to make that happen.
And it won't take out one of our vehicles.
Exactly. We don't, it's all these expensive vehicles we're getting, you know, we can protect them a little bit better. So
They're cost efficient.
incredibly cost efficient. I mean, there are sad numbers. If you look in the past 10 years, there's been, I can think of 3 purposeful events of driving into crowds. In Nice, France alone, I think almost 100 people died. So it's just something that unfortunately has become necessary if you want to have safe, fun events like we like to have here.
Can I, so we move back, do these get maintained or they just?
Yes, so part of the maintenance of these is actually built into our operational increase in emergency management, which you will see. But the company we purchased these 2 from is across the country. We do have a meeting next week with a company that's a little more local that produces something similar to see if they measure up, more or less.
Is there, well, I'm sure there is, but what is the life expectancy?
On these, they gave us a solid at least 10 years before we'd have issues. As I said, we'll compare with this other company we're meeting with. We've been approached by a few because this is becoming the standard in emergency preparedness pretty much anywhere. So we're seeing more and more of these companies pop up.
Understand if they're hit, they're destroyed. If they're hit, takes the front end of the vehicle and points it straight up in the air at 40 or 50 miles an hour.
So they're not reusable once they've been hit.
They're designed to collapse and destroy the vehicle to prevent it from going any further.
Gotcha.
Where are you gonna store
they actually collapse to the point they can be taken around with the gator.
Yeah, when we first looked at these last winter, they had all the, emergency public services, big guys there. Their test was to see if I could pull it when they stacked them, and I could.
All right.
Are we running out of room at the barn?
No, not
Yet?
Yeah, these, they do stack up nicely. The next item on our list is a Mavic 3 Thermal Enterprise drone. This is smaller than some of our current drones. This can fly in public spaces without causing such a stir. This can even fly indoors if need be. This includes thermal cameras. You may or may not know that we had 2 recoveries on the water this year of bodies. We actually helped neighboring municipalities with our drones. We did a few lost dog and lost pet searches just this year with our drones. So the thermal capability has been proven. That having a drone without it at this point is just silly. We now have 12, I think we're almost at 13, depending on one who I'm not sure if he actually went through with the classes, licensed UAV pilots. So the drone team is becoming a larger and larger part of the emergency response that we have here. And if we are finding that neighboring municipalities are even leaning on us for something like this, it's important that our technology is kept up to date. So this is a big ask, and it's only $6,500. So for how much it helps, financially not a huge ask.
Tell us a little bit about, it says it's smaller, but how does it compare to the current drones we have?
I could bring them out for you. They're right there, but
Dave is, the police chief actually made the request as part of emergency management.
So this would replace our first drone that we got. So it was a Mavic 2 Enterprise, so we'd be basically replacing that with a similar order.
Gotcha. When was that first drone purchased?
4 years ago?
Okay.
Are there opportunities to sell the ones same as we do with vehicles?
Apparently not. I did ask our salesman about that. He said you probably want to keep it just as a training, and if you wanted to do something that you thought you might lose a drone, keep that one and use that one.
Do they all fly the same from a pilot's perspective?
They do, yes. It's just the features and the software.
Yeah, 4 years, I would imagine there's a lot of advances.
Imagine your cell phone after 4 years, and then that.
I mean, my cell phone's older than 4 years.
How well is it working?
The new drones that we have, the capability of the camera and the new drones that we have, we've taken them off at the helicopter pad along the river and brought them up to what, like 400 feet, 450 feet, and you could look into the parking garage on Lafayette Street in Norristown and see people
Yeah, they're quite impressive.
with thermal and regular.
Okay, the last thing is not new to most of you, the flood gauge that we've put down on the river on the Matson Ford Bridge. This is part of an ongoing agreement. The financials, for the most part, were already approved by everyone sitting here. However, we have upped it a little bit. This year's ask would be $19,570 because they are adding on an additional camera to measure velocity in the river. We are working on building a flood inundation map. We are working on not having to rely on the Norristown gauge at all because it is not accurate enough for where we are. And we discovered that in Hurricane Ida. It's just the prep time that you get when you're relying on a gauge that far away, it turns into minutes and you realize that you've not planned. We also have a population increase along the river. I know that's a hot topic people like to bring up. It only makes sense to make sure that that river area is monitored in the best way the technology will allow us.
any questions for emergency management?
Can you just tell us a little bit about what were the learnings again from installing the USGS river gauge?
What was the question?
Some of the learnings.
So we realized that it's a 7-foot difference between what Norristown tells us and what the actual water level is here. So we were thinking that we were flooding at 19 feet, and really we can hit close to 26 feet and not be flooding. So that difference alone, we now know what time to tell people that live in the complexes on the water, move your cars. We now know what time to get alerts out on our code red system. 7 feet of difference in water is a lot of difference, and that we just learned that was probably 7 months ago that we really put that number together, and that's
That,
just in this.
That was surprising to the USGS too. They're still trying to come up with a reason why. They recalculated that several times to make sure that there wasn't an error on the machinery. It is not, it is accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this second camera will really help because now we understand the depth of the water, understanding the velocity and the way it's moving compared to Norristown will help us to plan even better.
Thank you, Shauna. You want to move into your 2 line items?
Yes, so operational line items, firstly, and I guess
You'll turn to page 9 of your expenditure packet for account 413.
So account 413-460 is our licenses and inspections department's line item for meetings, seminars, and their code certifications. We added an additional code position in about the middle of this year. So moving into next year, instead of 3 certifications that need to be kept up with, 3 people that need to attend the required trainings, we now have 4. So adding on that 4th has already proven to be an expense. We are at 95% of that budget, and we're only 3/4 of the way through the year. So next year, we will need that additional 1,000 to account for that 4th person.
And then if you turn to page 10 for line item 415.
So this line item kind of goes hand in hand with our increase in population. It honestly should have been increased probably in the last 2 years, but we wanted to wait until some of the development was further along. It's about a 30% increase in our emergency management budget. So that goes hand in hand with the about probably over 30% increase that we've seen in population thus far. We've had these large corporations move in. We have more and more events all the time. This past year, our only real emergency response that wasn't connected to a planned event was with the storms that came in and knocked down a number of trees a couple of times over this summer. If we had something worse come along, a flooding event, an emergency where there are lives at risk, that's only more of a spend. With what we've had this year, we're already at over 70%, and I haven't even inputted all of the emergency response for the Fun Fest event yet. So we're overspending as is. It only makes sense that at this point, we up that budget to match the need.
Any questions for Shauna?
Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you.
Chief Gunning, you ready?
Go get the dog.
Okay.
Oh, we have show and tell?
We do have show and tell.
Interesting.
Hey, how are you? Good. Good evening.
Good evening. Are you here to present our capital budget for
I am.
2025?
Just going to donate it all to Norristown, and we're going to, Chief Lennon's going to help me get the check out of here now.
I was gonna say.
So while Chief Gunning's
He's here.
perfect. There you go, Chief. I just took your budget. They're going to give you
Yeah,
everything.
we're gonna write a
Good.
check.
It's all
Thank you.
square.
So we're going to go out of order real quick. We're going to go over the dog. And It's the
Dog.
last slide. And I got Chief O'Donnell from Norristown. He is a handler, and he'll go into this.
So real fast, there's probably one thing I'm passionate about, probably more than my firefighters, it's our dog. I started our arson canine program in Norristown back in 2015. The dog I currently have, I'm a handler myself. She's about ready to retire. She's 11 years old. She's a yellow lab. So this is 2.0 Wagner. Wagner's in training now at the University of Penn. We started the program because there's no resources in Montgomery County for this type of service, right? So the closest assets for an accelerant detection canine, or commonly called today ignitable liquids, is either Philadelphia or Reading. There's no other resource in Montgomery County even today, right? So Wagner likes to play. So we started the program in 2015 with a donor. Basically gave us the money for the dog that we're retiring and this dog here. It's been a great asset to our community, both from an investigative standpoint. We often are out assisting not only our own fire investigators and law enforcement partners in Norristown, but regionally. We've been everywhere with our dog. It's a tool that is that's needed. Above and beyond the work of the dog, it's a great community asset, right? It's been in schools, fire prevention education programs throughout the area. You know, everybody loves dogs. They probably love dogs more than they love people, right? And so, in addition to what my current dog is trained at, Kindle, she's just in ignitable liquids. Wagner, it will be ignitable liquids, but he's also going to be dual trained purpose dog, where he'll also be able to go out and track evidence and also help live find. It's another tool that could assist our partners when you have children that are lost. Sometimes we have elderly folks that walk away. This type of dog, when it's not being used in a fire environment, can easily be adaptable to helping our law enforcement partners, you know, find somebody that is missing in our community, especially people that have mental issues or children that are on different spectrums. So the reward for this dog is huge. Just for you folks even thinking about bringing this type of program to your community, these guys should all be commended, right? There's not enough of these resources anywhere in Montgomery County. I can tell you there's not enough police dogs, there's not enough fire, there's not enough anything out there, even doing, probably say, just like my employees at work, they're tired of me talking. There's not enough of these resources. They really bring a lot of good to the community. The money you're going to spend, Wagner, all soup to nuts, is $17,000 the way he sits, right? Including all his training, all his certifications that he's going to need, and his schooling that each month we go to in-service training, right? So it's an asset. We welcome, quite honestly, the support. It's kind of lonely when my dog right now, she's kind of getting arthritis in her back leg, right? And so she's had enough, right? So right now, until I get Wagner up and running, there's no other dog in Montgomery County, right? So, you know, Kendall is out limping it and doing her best to keep doing what she needs to do. On top of, you know, any other expenses, we have regular pet insurance, right? We have pet insurance on Wagner just like you would a pet at home, right? We go through Embrace. It's like $68 a month, right? And again, it just covers the entire 100% of the dog. So if you need to go to a veterinarian, right? I'm fortunate that the Harleysville Vet donates all their services, right? So if you have a veterinary service here in Conshohocken, they probably would donate their services as well, right? There's just a lot of community connections with this type of service that you could be bringing to your community. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you folks may have. Wagner certainly could do a demonstration for you. He's full of a spunk. And
Any questions on the arson detection canine capital item?
Where does the dog reside when not being?
Good question. So the dog comes to work with, in this case, firefighter Solon. When he's on duty, the dog comes to work with him. When he's done his 24-hour shift, that dog goes home with him. We provide him with a vehicle to and from. Our insurance carrier requires and our policies require that the dog is transported in a vehicle that is designed specifically for canines, really to protect them if they're involved in a crash, right? Last thing you want to do is have a capital investment into a $20,000 dog and something bad happen because the dog got thrown around a passenger compartment for not being restrained, right? So the kennel system we have, in fact, firefighter Solon's car hasn't arrived yet, but once it comes, it will come with a canine system, and it's similar to what you would see in a police car, right? It has the automatic door openers, has heat sensors in it, really to protect the dog and to make sure that, you know, things happen with cars, right? And the last thing we want is the canine to be in a vehicle in heat or when there's, even in a cold, right? If there's temperature sensors in the vehicle that will actually go off and send alerts to our phones and set the lights off in the car to make sure that we know that something bad's happened in the car to get the canine out.
So Chief Gunning, who will be taking the place of bringing the dog to and from work for the Borough of Conshohocken?
Megan Foster, full-time captain.
Okay.
Can you tell?
She has volunteered for that.
Yeah.
Megan, and she would be taking the
Uh,
our vehicle that we have. She drives one of the new electric Lightnings. It's a four-door vehicle and it can easily be equipped for.
Without the dog, what is your method of detecting arson?
Currently, before we had the dog,
Yes.
we would spend hours sifting through fire debris at a scene, which takes a dog minutes, right? It cuts the work literally to nothing, right? I could be at a fire scene with my dog and in a minute to 2 minutes be able to find where exactly the point of origin was. Without a dog, you would be there essentially for hours, sifting through every single area of char to try to find out where that pattern is, where that started, right? So fortunately enough for me, I had a lot of support in establishing that first dog here in Montgomery County, from the district attorney to the state police to, everybody else, right? The dog's been literally everywhere, right, to try to help our partners in solving some of these crimes.
I just had one more. How frequently, because you said this is for all of Montgomery County as well, so how frequently are you with the dog getting called out?
So it's funny, I was just preparing for a court hearing recently, and I had to go through all that for the ADA. And since we had the dog, 10 years, I've been out over 100 times with the dog. Right, so you think about a 10-year span, it's really not much. Think about it with 2 dogs, what we can do, right? Norristown's got a dog that is in training now. He'll be graduating in the spring, and thankfully, hopefully, that you guys could be so gracious enough to consider a second dog. It's nice having depth on the bench, right? It's nice having, a plan B and kind of working with each other and supporting one another. I cover Philadelphia. There's times when Philadelphia's only dog is out for certification training or, on vacation. There's been times I'm in Philadelphia. Sometimes I was in the city of Philadelphia more than I was home, right? So it's nice having resources and depth on the bench that we can kind of work with and kind of build a workable schedule that, it's not always one person having to go do everything, right? So
What's the lead time? So we commit and say yes, how long does it take to get a dog?
good question. So when I started our program in 2015, we didn't have the luxury of the school we have now in Philadelphia. So I had to go to Ohio for an entire month. Fortunately enough now, in the program that Firefighter Sullivan's in now is ran out of the University of Pennsylvania's Veterinary Hospital. It's called the Working Dog Center. It's on Grays Ferry Avenue in Philadelphia. And there they have a program that was started after 9/11. In fact, Wagner's named after a lieutenant colonel who was killed in the Pentagon. So every dog that graduates from the center is named after either a dog or somebody that died on September 11th. The program is unbelievable. What they teach these dogs to do, not just in our line of work, but in law enforcement, search and rescue, USAR, you name it, they train the dogs down there to essentially do everything. The training program at Firefighter Sullivan's in, Dave, this program is a 4-week program you're in now? The initial was?
I think it was 8 weeks.
8 weeks? All right, so the follow-up for evidence and tracking is 4?
Evidence tracking.
Right, right. So, but they base it around your schedule. So it's not like you have to go this day. And there's times when Dave will be at work for a week and at school for a week. So it works for your schedule. They work around your schedule. The trainers are absolutely second to none. They're all retired police officers that have had multiple dogs.
So do they have dogs available? You said go down there tomorrow or?
Yep, and they have dogs that are available. Sometimes you have to get in line. I can tell you that our law enforcement partners, there's a waiting list to get dogs, right? Because they are a special niche of what they're trying to do, especially if it's dual purpose, where it could be a drug bomb and also do patrol work. Usually when we're talking about labs, they usually have more of them in stock, right, than anything else. And certainly if any of you folks ever wanted to go there, right, I would be more than welcome to make sure, arrangements to get any of your team members down there to really see for yourselves really how amazing this place is and what they do with these dogs. I mean, it is world class, right? And it's attached to the veterinary hospital, which is the Ryan Hospital. It's a trauma center for animals, right? So it's open 24 hours a day, and they do amazing things with these dogs. And I wouldn't recommend any other institution to go train any of your dogs at. In fact, when I'm in in-service training now, now that we're getting, the fire is getting a little bit bigger. We have one other service outside of Norristown. It's Scranton. A guy from Scranton drives all the way down here every month for in-service training with us. But I was in with our law enforcement partners, and the bomb dogs and the drug dogs that they bring out of this program are just unbelievable.
Is it primarily Labradors that are for arson dogs? Is that the best breed that they use, generally speaking?
It's not the only dog. What they try to do is try to get a dog that has a good hunt drive, right? So essentially, when we give them the command to start searching an area for an ignitable liquid, it's their hunting instincts, right? It's just no different than somebody out hunting with a dog and a pheasant, right? Their odor senses are just unbelievable, right? But it's also, you could take ignitable liquids. There's shepherds that do the same thing, right? So it's not any specific breed of dog. It's just that the Labradors are just better at the hunt drive because they're just naturally born and bred for that. And just like the shepherds and the Malinois are typically good for police work because they're more doing, they're chasing after a suspect or have to do more, they have a better bite work, right? So sometimes that's the separation. It's no other reason why.
So these are certified arson canines. I'm guessing that certification has to be kept up for these animals ongoing. What's the percentage of accuracy that kind of triggers you to decertify a dog, and how often does that happen?
I don't know of any dog that has ever been decertified from our line of work. Sometimes you'll see it on the law enforcement side if a dog has a bad disposition, right? Sometimes it has more aggressiveness towards its handler. Sometimes it's not a good fit, and sometimes the instructors really look at that and then say, this dog really, we need to take it out of service, right? Because there's something operationally just not, dogs should not ever be out biting anybody. I don't care what line of work it is, right? These dogs are all command driven, even in police work, right? These dogs 20, 30 years ago compared to dogs today are like a light switch, right? So these dogs today really are, all the dogs even around us, before police canines had to be housed in a kennel, the police officer would drop them off and they would be in a kennel for 12, 16 hours until that officer could back to get. Today, all those dogs go home with people, right? They have to have personal skills just like we do, right? And so they have to go home. They have to have that downtime and enjoy life just like everybody else does, right? And so, in every facet of the word, they're treated like a family member, right? It's when they come to work and it's time to go to work is when they're given that command to search. So, I don't know of any of our dogs that ever dropped out of our program. I could tell you that the training is monthly, is in-service training. It's not that you're required to go every month. I could tell you that it's beneficial, especially if you're not out on a fire scene. They kind of, in training, they make sure that you're constantly in repetition doing the things that you would do at a fire scene. Yearly is what you're required to certify as. The certification is usually done on a Saturday, and it usually takes 45 minutes to an hour, the most, right? So this training is done through the USPCA, which is United States Police Canine Association, right? They are the folks that have the standard that the dogs are certified to and that us and our dogs have to recertify to, right? So that's the standard. Just recently in Pennsylvania, MOPEC, which certifies the police officers that do their law enforcement work, has now started a program where police canines are now certified through MOPEC. And they have to do a little bit more. The good thing about what we do is we don't fall under MOPEC's requirements, so we don't have to adhere to what the police standard is when it comes to that.
So both the canine and the partner get certified every year?
Correct. And they work as a team, right? And so, and that's really the team that when they start, Megan and the dog would essentially be a team, and they would build a bond, right? And you're going to see, just like with Firefighter Sullivan and Wagner now, right? They're developing that bond, that relationship where they can trust one another. They certainly respect one another, and they just work better as a team when he or she could be familiar with the commands that Megan could be given, right? And I say that because I'm not sure what kind of dog Megan's going to be partnered with if you get to that point. But my whole life is ran by women, my wife, my mother-in-law, my dog, right? So I'm fortunate enough where I got a lot of female bosses in my life that just tell me what to do. And but your dog's always right? And Kendall has been a great partner of mine for the years I had her, and I'm pretty blessed to still have her as a dog, right? So especially at age 11.
So we are going to just be mindful of time. Any other questions on this one item? I think that it speaks for itself in terms of this being an initiative that administration would like you to consider and support. And thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Anytime.
And being here for our budget meeting. All right, thank you. Tim, do you want to jump in and?
I just want to thank Chief O'Donnell for his expertise in this line item, for coming down, and Dave and Wagner. I appreciate it. Absolutely.
All right.
You ever want to see the dog any other time? I know tonight's, time's critical, just let us know, right?
I'll let you know.
We'd love to come down and kind of show you what Wagner's all
Great.
about.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
Megan,
you.
thank you.
See you, Tom. Thanks.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on. So currently, for the Hearst tool package, the air truck currently carries a hydraulic package that is low pressure, only pushes about 2,000 pounds. The new tools are battery operated, unlimited. You can take them anywhere. They are waterproof, which we really need sometimes when the river floods, and they push at a 5,000 pounds. The gas detector in the chief's car, the command car, is getting to 10 years old. It is starting to go through some sensors, so they recommended that it gets replaced. The boat, currently we have two big boats, we're 16 feet, and two smaller boats that are 12 feet. We use them as walkout. The big boats are used on river when the water's really moving, 50 horsepower. We're looking to replace a 2005 boat, so it's going to be 20 years old. It currently is losing air at the seams and at the valves, so they recommended that to be replaced.
Is that a big boat or a little boat?
That's a big boat. The Grand Ray, the Mark III, is the big boat, 50 horsepower. So as you know, we have two sets of boats. We have two big boats, two small boats, and they go out as teams. So the package goes together.
Tim, is 20 years, like, do we exceed?
Yeah, it's a long time. I know another fire company that they went in 10 years. So they're great boats, the Zodiacs. They're military grade boats, so they're top of the line. The tough books, the tablets for the chief's car, and one for the new engine. We have computers in the trucks for large incidents. That's how county sends us all of our notes. Currently, I do not have one in the chief's car, and it's one for the brand new engine that we just put in service. 6 portable radios, that's to upfit the new engine, and that's for the firefighters' communications from inside the building out to us. And that's it. And the dog. And for the operations side, the line item.
So hold on one second. So you're going to flip to your expenditure packet. You're going to go to account 411, which is on page 8 of the expenditures.
So 249, the fire equipment budget's already 133% over budget for 2024. And with the new engine and new personnel coming on, that budget will quickly get used. For the vehicle repair, we added a vehicle, and that's Megan's captain's truck. So we increased it for maintenance.
Any questions for Chief Gunning for the fire department?
Could I ask just one question?
Yep.
Real quick. So with the K-9, there was a lot of talk about the arson detection. But let's talk about the public relations part of it and the retention and the ability for some of the fire department explains how that was working.
So public relations is great with the dog, and at the firehouse, it's bringing something new. So that could be a recruitment tool to bring to the firehouse for more members to come in. And public relationship, when we go to schools for fire prevention, it's a great addition. I mean, you know how kids like dogs. So we go every year, we present our little smoke detector thing, but bringing a dog into the mix, I think that would be great benefit for the fire department.
I was meaning to ask what his experience was with the morale of, the firefighters having a dog that I guess they can actually play with it a bit because it's not like a police
Sure.
canine.
Yeah, as Tom said, everybody, he'll listen to anybody. I was out in the back parking lot before I came in, and I said to come over, and he came right next to me. So, I mean, it's just it's a great, great tool maybe to bring some more members to the fire service.
And that's on the volunteer side, but I'll tell you when he's talking about bringing people over, but I can tell you that the fire department is like the police department. When the hiring rumors go out that you're hiring, people start making phone calls. And I can tell you, from my perspective, you wouldn't believe the phone calls that I received from firemen and women around Montgomery County, Bucks County, Reading, those areas who would like to come here because they know that this is a fire department that is very good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We are going to do operations, public services, and then we'll take a break. So Frank, if you can come up. And if you are all okay with that, we'll hold on for Frank to present public services items, and then we'll take a short break.
Good evening, everyone.
So Frank, we are on the capital sheet under public services.
Yes. I'm going to start off with a request in our stormwater division. It would be, we're looking for money for tree removal in the Haynes Park Basin. It's the area that's behind the park. There is a large head wall back there that takes on a lot of the west side of town's stormwater. And there currently is, I'm going to say, maybe 300 yards of down trees, big brush that needs to probably be removed, and it would be helpful to professionally removed, because we have no access to get all the way back there. We'd have to get a crane in, so that's, and it is an area that it does flood very easily, so that would be very helpful to be taken care of. The next item would be storm sewer grates and inlet tops. There's currently over 100 inlets that are not bicycle safe, which are required. So we would be looking to change them over to make them all up to date and current with the standards. And also it would be, the inlet tops are the concrete. It's precast concrete, which we have, the stormwater guys have replaced over 20 of them to this time. So there are a lot of failing structures in the borough still, and we're looking to continue to replace them to keep up with the stormwater system.
How much is just one of those?
They, with the grate, the steel part, and the precast, they're about $800 each. But that's depending on the size. They can increase with sizes and things like that. For buildings and facilities.
Stormwater, could I ask just a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, go.
So we have the relationship for stormwater management with the authority.
That is correct.
This would be an expense on the borough's budget. Does
Yes.
this get charged back to the authority? How does that
Yeah,
look?
so the stormwater fee, that is a sewer authority fee, because they're a separate legal entity, that is split between two factors, operations and capital. So roughly $115,000 comes in from the stormwater fee to the borough, who is basically the sewer authority's consultant for the operations side. So when the director of public services is requesting roughly $100,000 to do borough-wide storm sewer grates and inlet top repairs, we're getting $115,000 in from that stormwater management fee, specifically so we can do projects like this in the borough.
So when we're looking, when the authority is looking at their budget as an outgoing expense to the Borough of Conshohocken, it's not just handing money to the Borough of Conshohocken.
No.
It is actually paying for the expense of the capital items
That is
the
correct.
borough is carrying.
We
currently.
actually invoice them, so we'll invoice them for actual expenses incurred. So whether that be needing a specific stormwater management truck or specific storm sewer grates, inlet tops, et cetera, whatever that may be, that invoice goes to the sewer authority and they pull that money directly out of line items that are allocated specifically for stormwater management. And we do that for both the operating and the capital side.
So they are in a budget cycle right now as well.
Yes.
So you and the authority have conversations about what the plan is and what's needed,
That is correct.
and then you balance on each side of the books.
Yes, now because it's only the end of year one, and we'll only have had 3/4 worth of data by the end of year one. Years 1 through 3 there's going to be some corrections, audit corrections that are made at the end of each fiscal year. And then additional budgetary changes that are made once we have that full data cycle. But yes, the Borough of Conshohocken and the Sewer Authority, with the Borough of Conshohocken being the Sewer Authority's operating consultant, are in constant communication in terms of, based off that stormwater management fee, and eventually there's going to be an analysis of that fee. Is that fee the correct fee? Again, it's a Sewer Authority fee because it's not a Borough of Conshohocken fee. But yes, they are charging us as well for stormwater management for all of our facilities. But we are invoicing them as their consultants.
So we're vending out our expertise to the authority. The authority wouldn't necessarily have had to have picked the Borough of Conshohocken, but we have the expertise and the partnership that it made the most sense to do it that way.
That is correct. We have the expertise in the operation, and considering the close working relationship we already have and the dual mission of basically providing services to the Borough of Conshohocken, it made sense for us to partner in that endeavor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you can move on, sorry.
That's right.
Step in anytime. The next are under buildings and facilities. We're asking for access control for the administration building. This will replace the existing control system and replace it with alarm.com, which is currently in most of our buildings now. So this current system is faulty and very expensive to repair. We've had many of issues.
I can attest to the fact that you were locked out getting into this
Yeah,
meeting.
exactly. I couldn't get in without my keys.
And I had to run upstairs and reset it because it can only be reset from a desktop in that office, from nowhere else. So it is a horrible system.
And that will put all the facilities on the same program, so it'll be streamlined and very easy to deal with. Next item, anybody have any questions about that? Sorry.
You can keep going.
Next item is cameras for parks and the helipad. We're looking to make sure all our parks are secure and always have a watchful eye with cameras and system recording, along with the helipad for major incidents there or anything that could occur there. So we're looking for cameras down, and to finish putting cameras in all of the rest of our parks that don't have it, and then also the helipad. Any questions?
Are those cameras wired in directly? Like, are they?
Yes.
Okay, and they're
Yeah, they're all wired.
they're running 24/7, and they upload to.
Yes. I'm pretty sure, Ray, you would know.
The cloud, right? Okay.
Next for buildings and facilities, the Borough Garage, Elm Street Garage roof. This roof is at least 25 years old, and every time we get a good rain, it leaks. There's water that runs down the wall, it fills up the locker room where our guys get changed, and we're looking to replace that. Any questions? Administrative office carpeting. Obviously, you've heard over and over, this is a 10-year-old building. The carpet is wearing in certain areas, especially in the hallways, and we'd like to upgrade that.
What's your total square footage of
I do not have that right offhand.
Should have been on that one. The floor man.
I might be able to find it.
We'll get that for you.
How big's the hall? Is it
It's all the hallways, so,
okay,
yeah.
that's the next question.
I can get you that information for sure.
Yeah.
I was set up, I'm sure.
It would be helpful if I had that. Do you think you have people who could, if somebody donated the carpet tile, could you put it in?
You mean install it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, we did. We actually have 2 people on our staff that's what they did before they came here. They installed flooring and carpeting. These guys did the emergency management.
Yeah, they did the whole.
It might be a good idea to tell me a square foot.
I'll get you one, not a problem.
Woohoo!
Alright, so
Good to know people.
it's for the hallways, common area, and okay, just checking.
Maybe even a plan have a floor plan? Sure.
Yeah. We'll get that over to you.
Okay, next item is sprinkler systems for our fields. We're looking for the B field and particularly the one field, the largest field at Sutcliffe Park, to add sprinklers in. These fields have no irrigation systems currently, and obviously grass dries out. It's brown right now, so that just goes to show you that, you know, when we don't get rain, it's going to die, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look as good as when it is nice and green, and we're
What kind of sprinkler systems are you looking into?
just same thing we'd have at the A field. It's all
okay.
automated, and it would go on a timer and things like that.
Is that gonna be a problem after the fact that they're doing Sutcliffe Park now?
That would be something we'll have to look into.
Okay.
The basin that's currently going on in the park would not have, that wouldn't impact potential sprinkler installations, and the trail, we would just be doing it around whatever the construction of the trail is. So the construction would be complete, and then we'd be looking at potential sprinklers, specifically because that field is utilized to such a great extent.
The sprinkler system, it's not gonna affect that, it's
yeah.
actually gonna make everything better.
Okay.
It's just, what happened, what's going on there now is reducing, or making the water flow out. And
Yeah.
part of the problem is there's patches of brown here where water sat for a long period of time and killed the grass. So they spent a lot of money to keep this field, these fields the way that they are, with chemicals and everything else. And to have them basically go brown in August because you can't get water, so we don't have any water anywhere near them, it becomes a problem.
I like the lines that they're now.
Yeah, they do a great job with that, they do. They, off topic, I know they did paint some stuff for the Little League this year to see that all, the, you know, they went out of their way to do some good stuff for them this year, it was great.
So when you say they, you're talking about your staff?
Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, next thing on the buildings and facilities end is a restroom for Marywood Park. This building would be almost a prefab building, and it would have a storage room off the back just for smaller items, nothing, you know, too large. This park is, in my personal opinion, one of our nicest parks in town. It is in the center of town. It gets utilized a lot, and it'd be nice to see the porta potty go away.
Yes.
Next are streets and sanitation. We're asking for big belly trash cans along Fayette Street. Our current cans are only 24-gallon trash cans. They're liner. They overflow, especially during the summer and spring nights. I'm sure if you've ever ridden by the one at 6th and Fayette on the east side near Scoops, it's constantly overflowing. So Friday night to Monday, there's trash laying on the ground. There's, you know, we have issues, and that's up and down Fayette Street also. There's other cans that are overflowing. These new cans they do have it, an option of they compact themselves once they get too full, and they can let us know that they're full, which we would get them as soon as possible.
Just a quick question, the trash cans, are we thinking those for the ones that kind of line the A field side as well, or the ones that?
No, this was just for Fayette Street.
That's just for Fayette?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point.
At this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that if it's successful on Fayette Street, that we wouldn't look to put them elsewhere in places of need.
Okay.
There's 25 trash cans there now, replacing.
We're asking for a couple extra because there are some that that got taken away that never got put back because of different projects that were going on. And the cans that are currently there are 20-plus years old. They've held up great, and there's really nothing wrong with them. We could probably get parts for them and use them elsewhere, but I think we need something bigger for Fayette Street. The big belly cans are like 60-gallon or 50-some gallon cans. So,
They're compactors.
yeah, they have two different sizes.
It's 150 gallons.
And the option to wrap, is that like
Yeah, that's
putting
what I was gonna
something on them with?
Yeah, it is an option, and I guess you can approach your restaurants if they want to put an ad there, or however council would like to, proceed with that, that would be,
So you've seen them in Philadelphia. If you go down Broad Street, Philadelphia, they're all over the place. And yes, restaurants, businesses, the city of Philadelphia has actually wrapped them. They use it for recruitment of employees. They use it for everything. And there's a company, a local company that can do it. Or, there's a local company here that can do it, and another one in Hollywood. We've looked in that. This is something that we've been going back and forth with for 3 years. Yeah, for prior to COVID.
I did notice some in Norristown, if they're closer. If you-
They do have them in Norristown
Yeah.
too.
These also have, for parks, by the way, they also have Wi-Fi hotspot capability. Some of the ones in New York are all hotspots.
Oh, no. Wi-Fi trash cans. Sick.
You can steal your identity from the trash can.
We laugh about that, but think about, we've got Marshall Lee Towers, which is a vulnerable community that may not have access to Wi-Fi, and that would be a benefit to the community.
Okay, you can keep,
Okay. The next items are just general public services items. We're looking to have a mini excavator. Currently, we have our backhoe, which is, it's a compact backhoe, but with several departments, or divisions, I should say, in our department, using a machine to dig, there's always somebody else waiting to use it. So to be more efficient, it would be great if we can get a smaller piece of equipment as a mini excavator.
Do you have to go through CoStars to get them?
Yes. The next item, there's 2 different items. They both are attachments for a piece of equipment we already own. It's a great piece of equipment. It does our snow removal, and it can be changed out to be 30 different pieces of equipment in one. These are just 2 additional attachments we're asking for. One is a power rake. It's pretty self-explanatory. If we are clear cutting an area like we did at the B field, things like that, we just run that over, cleans it up, and it'll be graded on its own. The next one is a boom mower, which would be great for along our trails, some of the hills that a regular lawnmower can't get to. And it would be very beneficial along the Schuylkill River Trail to cut back some of that. We do own property along there, and it would cut down a lot of that. Next item is a pickup truck to replace a 24-year-old pickup truck that is still in service. And we are band-aiding it day in and day out. It's just, the spare tire just fell out of the bottom of it driving down the street the other day because it's so rotted on the bottom. So we're looking to replace that truck with a new one. And this quote obviously includes the upfitting for plow, lettering, and lights and things like that. Cameras for the borough vehicles. It was requested that we put forward-facing cameras in our vehicles from Divot for liability reasons and accountability reasons, more for liability. So that's what we're looking to do. We currently have GPS in the trucks now, so we're looking to add this feature.
Divot comes in and does an annual audit of all of our departments, all of our facilities, all of our operations on an annual basis, and they make recommendations for each department moving into the next fiscal year. And so Frank is highlighting one of the recommendations and suggestions that Divot put in our annual audit that they would like to see us take care of as our liability provider.
The next item is a hybrid SUV. As we've been attempting to buy some, as you know, and unsuccessful in that, but we're looking to keep up with the vehicle depreciation schedule and keep up with the greener vehicles and go to the hybrid. I guess I'm assuming and that way we can keep up with the availability.
And that would make sure that you don't end up in a situation where you have spare tires falling out of trucks.
Absolutely.
Can you explain why you would do a hybrid SUV but not a hybrid truck?
That would replace the Tahoe that I have. So I'm under public services, so that would replace the Tahoe that I have. And the problem with a civilian, that version, is there's none available. you can't buy a civilian hybrid in 2025. Yeah. So there's potential that they will be out middle 2026. August 2026 when they become available. That way we'd have it for 2026. But in likelihood, if that doesn't happen, then this won't occur.
Okay.
Why can't we move one of the decommissioned police vehicles? Instead of doing a hybrid, shift it across departments?
So decommissioned police vehicles, we have one that we've done that to. So we have replaced the motor, it was $11,500. We replaced the transmission, it was $6,500. We get no return on our investment at that point. So if I took that vehicle before it got a motor and before it got a transmission and sold it off, we probably would have gotten $20,000 for it. We paid 42, 43 for it, so we got a half. Take the 20, if you take the 7 years or so that we had it and take the months by the $20,000 that we paid for it, it comes out to somewhere around $250 a month. Not having return on the investment on a vehicle like these now does not benefit us financially. Years ago, that used to be the way things were done, where you decommission some of these vehicles and they move to another department. But the police cars have seen their time and in general, the expense of trying to repair them just makes us have a whole public works area with vehicles that we're not going to make any money on, and we're not going to use. Not having a reliability on the vehicle is not something that we're have either, whether it's police, whether it's fire, whether it's anything. If we decommission a vehicle and it's not available for them to use, we defeated the purpose of having the vehicle. So it went down that road in the past. It's been problematic because the police, the fire department, public works, all take care of their vehicles. We do have that other portion of this where selling them on municipal is becoming very beneficial to us. And now we have another outlet where we can sell directly to a municipality. So York, when I talked about the York Regional Police Department, I don't even have to go to municipal. So they now will contact us when they need a car. And if we have something available, that we'll sell it directly to them. Like we did with the fire truck to Chester Fire Department when we had to do that. But that's basically it. If we're looking for returns on our investment, we should take advantage of the fact that co-stars, we can purchase these vehicles for a really good price at co-stars. When we're selling them on municipal, we're putting them out to the general public. So we have people come to our garages and pick up cars that are taking them to Chicago. Especially since most of our vehicles, or all of our vehicles, are either all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. So even by the time, this time of the year is when we want to move those vehicles out to even get some more. I'm always surprised at what we get. I really am. And they do, our mechanic and everybody that uses these vehicles keep them in very good condition, and that really helps.
It's a product of the car.
It is, and we've been hugely, it was even better in COVID, I'm just gonna tell you that. But it's still very good if that changes in some way. But in general, after a police car is decommissioned, as a police car, we're just waiting for something to happen. And we can't have, you can't have that, not in a municipality like this. Okay.
The dump truck?
Final item is a carryover item from 2024, is a dump truck. We currently have the chassis in our possession. We are just waiting on the upfitter to be ready for it, which they told us September, but it's obviously going to be looking like more October now. And it will take several months to upfit it. So we might see this truck in early 25. And it's replacing a 23 or 24-year-old dump truck that is also rotting out.
Yeah, so we're not we aren't sure of the timing of receipt of the vehicle. We still have to account for those funds in capital for 2024. So it may be expended completely in 2024, but the dollars will be in 2025 in case it doesn't arrive and is not received, and we cannot allocate it for audit purposes to fiscal year 2024, so that you have a place to expend it out of.
That's an example of sign at a time. We're going through the same thing with a trash truck. We're hopefully, we wait for the trash truck now
Over a year?
over a year.
And it's not going to be built until December.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And that's with grant dollars. So now we have to, it's just the vehicle market is a very interesting place to be. All right, moving into your line items.
Yes.
So we are going to start in your expenditure packet in account 409 on page 6.
Yep. Okay. Operating and maintenance, it's a $12,000 increase, which is 18%. With the borough completely taking over this building from Keystone and the expansion and growth of our other buildings throughout the borough, the costs associated with operating and maintenance are obviously climbing, so we're looking for that increase. Under warranties and service agreements.
So 409,450.
Oh, sorry, do you want me to read the?
No, that's okay. Just keep going.
There's many different systems in this building, all building automation, there's the HVA system, fire alarms, fire suppression systems. It's good to have the warranties and service agreements. You always get qualified, experienced technicians that come out to work on these things. So it definitely is a benefit for us to have warranties and service agreements, and that's just a cost increase.
Okay, you're going to flip to 430 on page 10.
Vehicle repair and maintenance is 01430,255. We're asking for a $2,000 increase, and this is just basically going to cover the cost of, rising cost of parts and labor, things like that. Because sometimes we are required to send our vehicles out to be repaired, because we don't always have the proper equipment to fix them, so we're just asking for a slight increase there.
Okay, you can switch to page 11 for account 446, stormwater.
Utility repair and maintenance, we're asking for a $13,000 increase. Since its inception in January, the stormwater management team has been experiencing the unknown once they're opening up some of these structures in the stormwater system. And the repair and maintenance costs are getting higher and higher, so we're asking for a 43% increase.
And all of those costs, these costs that Frank is associating with account 446 will continue to be assessed and continue to be discussed with the sewer authority as they continue to assess their stormwater management fee.
This one, I'm not very clear on what it.
All right, I'll jump in on 446,364 just because this is a line that I snuck in here on you. So sorry. But because it was a new fund in 446 completely, when we were doing our 2024 budget, we need a place to actually, so we are charged the stormwater management fee, all of our facilities, any property that the borough owns. We didn't have a line item. That was my mistake moving into 2024 in terms of where we would actually put those expenditures, because we actually have to pay the sewer authority for our stormwater management fees. So now we have built in a line item for 2025, which is 446,364 for $22,000 that captures that full stormwater management fee for all of our facilities for fiscal year 2025. And that's based off of the data the bills that we've received from the sewer authority for this quarter, which we then calculated out for 4 quarters of a fiscal year. Good? Okay.
Okay, next item is recreation facilities, that's page 13. Line item 01452,440, sanitation services. This is basically just a general cost increase of supplies and things for cleanings of our facility, bathrooms and things like that. And what's next?
And then we'll move into 454, and that's your last one.
454361.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's parks. The next six, I'm going to sound redundant, I just give you a heads up. They're all just basically increases for items that are involved with the parks, repair and maintenance, property improvements. With all our brand-new parks that we have now, there is increased costs with keeping up with them, keeping up with the buildings on the properties. You know, they're aging already, but to keep up with them, we need to order new parts, replace some things. And we did add several items to Marywood Park. We added the musical garden was added, which we are responsible to maintain. The new Gaga pit that was just put in. So those items are going to make some cost increases.
And we have multiple new pocket parks that are
Yes.
coming online as well, right?
Yes, there will be one starting any day now, and then the other one will be very soon after that. And they will also need maintenance and upkeep.
If I could piggyback, the largest
Sure.
increase requested is for water for parks, incumbent upon the approval of the irrigation system.
All right, any questions for our Director of Public Services?
That's it.
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Frank.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, I'm going to move through quickly just some brief line items, and then we will take a break, and that will finalize the general fund. So if you turn to page 4 of your expenditure packet to line item 400-460, association meetings and conferences. This is a $2,000 increase. It's associated directly with the increase of costs for hotels, association fees, dues. We want our elected officials to take the trainings, attend the conferences, all of the items that keep you up to date with legislation that's pertinent to our residents, and therefore we are requesting the increase in that line item so that you have the dollars to spend to attend these very important events. If you move to page 5, 403-318 is BPT and mercantile, so you'll see a $5,000 increase. Those costs are directly associated with the taxes that are received by the Borough of Conshohocken. So if you get more tax dollars, you pay a percentage increase on the back end of that. And then 404-314 on the same page is your legal fees solicitor. So that is an increased cost based off of increased amount of work. So there's a retainer and there's also general services. We have had additional utilization of your solicitor for all of the amount. There's a lot going on in the Borough of Conshohocken, and therefore there's an increase to capture those additional services. If you turn to page 6, 408-313 is engineering fees. There is a $20,000 increase in engineering fees. We have a lot of projects going on. We have a lot of work happening that requires engineering work. This is reflective of costs that are actually incurred for the last 2 fiscal years. And then under 408-319, which is the last item, for collaterals and communications. So you'll see a big jump here of $82,000. So that is where it's a placeholder for your marketing services. So we had a discussion at the last work session where we reviewed the results of the RFP for the marketing services, and there was a range of 4 entities that you authorized to come in for interviews, and that ranged from $25,000 to roughly $80,000. So we have built in the highest amount. You have all 4 entities that are scheduled and confirmed, correct, Britt, to come in to interview at the October 16th Borough Council meeting. So you'll interview all 4 entities, and then you'll determine what entity you'd like to select for that service, and then we will restructure the budget based off whatever decision you decide moving forward on that specific business item. But it is in the budget at the maximum amount, so it will either stay there, go down, whatever you decide collectively as a group. So those are that is the entirety of your increases for your general fund operating expenditures. We're going to take a quick break.
Ms. Checo?
Yes.
Quickly tell me a little bit about why line item 314 on page 5, the legal fee solicitor is increasing by 20,000.
Yes. The $20,000, yeah, that's the solicitor. I just explained that because there is additional work that is being done in the borough and he's busy, that his retainer and his general are increasing.
Okay.
So we did basically a 2-year evaluation of what those costs are actually in terms of encumbering, and that reflects a true number.
Okay.
Any other questions on the general fund revenues? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we will come back to the capital budget. I will finalize some additional items and then we'll finalize a potential approved list. Okay? Thank you. Okay, we will pick up where we left off. So we have finalized our review of the general fund operating revenues and expenditures. I'm going to move into our last category of capital, which is engineering, traffic engineering, grants, and recurring capital items. On your screen, you'll see a list of projects that the borough has discussed over the course of this fiscal year as potential 2025 projects or beyond. And so what we provided you is the full list. So if you look at capital engineering projects, there is the public safety services site design, which would include the work and the land development that would go along with any potential construction on that Provco site. And then there would also be the public safety services architectural services, which then includes the interior, the building itself, and all the mechanicals. We envision that process being more community-centered. Sort of the conversation that Borough Council has had is that if the sale goes through, which we should know in the next couple of weeks, then we would discuss next steps in terms of formulating a committee to discuss design. There would be RFPs that would be that would be required in order to obtain those professional services. And so while they are on your list, as you can see, they are shaded in that pink color. We are recommending that those two items get pushed to 2026 or beyond. Moving down the list, you do have the Provco Site Act 2 DEP remediation and the Provco Site demo. So on that piece of land, that parcel of land, if and when closing occurs, then in 2025, we are looking to include the costs that are associated with any required remediation through the DEP, along with demo of the site itself, basically getting the site to a cleaned up, neutral version, which would then be discussed amongst community leaders in terms of what that public safety service facility ends up looking like, and all of the other services that go along with that. So for the items in yellow are for consideration for 2025. So the way we're looking at that project is basically remediate, demo, stop, and then in the future, starting in 2026, start to talking about site design, architectural services, and we will get some of those other items, discussion items like committee, et cetera, discussed in 2025. But just the work that's associated with that portion of the project won't be carried out in 2025. So does that make sense? So we've split it into basically two different functions for 2025.
Yes.
So that equates to roughly $450,000. We do have a culvert at 7th that does need to be reconstructed. We are working, that culvert is associated with a developer's culvert at the development on Jones. And therefore, that specific culvert that the developer is responsible for is not at a stage yet where our portion of the connection is ready. So it's on your list so that you understand that it's going to be a priority in the future, but it is pushed to 2026. So it is shaded in that pink color. And then we move down to the list that is included in 2025 as well. So there will be carryover costs for the Basin BMP project at Sutcliffe Park. That project is moving along very well, and you've already processed a few payment certifications. There'll be another one on your October 2nd agenda. However, we did allocate for carryover should there be anything moving into 2025. The trail reconstruction project will definitely have carryover in it. That is roughly $309,000. But remember that you do have grant money coming in from DCNR and the Greenways, Trails, and Parks program. And then we did have a full presentation on the 2nd Avenue Veterans Plaza construction project at $2.1 million. We are including that in your 2025 budget. We have had numerous meetings, design, et cetera. We are looking at this project specifically as a 2025 project, but it will carry into 2026. And the thinking behind that is that we are, as you heard earlier, and there will also be a resolution on your October 2nd agenda, that we are supporting and preparing for the country's 250th anniversary. And this is going to be a Veterans Plaza. And so we feel like between design, bidding, construction, a lot of that will happen in 2025. So a lot of those costs will be associated with the 2025 budget, but you will see a carryover into 2026. And it kind of lines up well with the 175th anniversary, the 250th anniversary. And that's where our minds are in terms of where we're going. Just as a information, we did engage our engineering firm to apply for a $1 million grant for this project. So that process is underway. That deadline is in November. We do not have control over whether we will get that grant, but we are actively seeking grant dollars to handle that $2.1 million figure.
What kind of grant is that?
It is a Main Street District grant. So I just want to make it very clear that this Second Avenue Veterans Plaza Park construction, the timing on this is deliberate, and it is important. It is not one person's project. It is a borough project. It is an important borough project to honor our veterans. And while I always appreciate the macro vision that you bring to everything that we do, this is your project. And you've spoken for your residents, and that's why we have it in the budget. So that's why that number is there. In terms of the MS4, so you heard the sewer authority was up here. They were talking about the permit for the MS4. The DEP changed sort of the deadlines. We're not sure. We had to put in a placeholder for the potential permit process, the next round of the permit process. So the Sutcliffe Park Basin project, which we are finishing now, is 1 5-year permit. There will be another 5-year permit that is released by the DEP, another round of requirements. We don't know what that will look like yet. However, there are costs associated with the engineering, the design of that. So that is in there as a placeholder. We have a contingency built in because with everything right now, costs are kind of a moving target. And we don't want to hinder any of the projects that we have lined up for specific thresholds. So the $45,000 is a contingency along with a Violytics program, which is a road program. So it's all tied together in terms of engineering, roads, et cetera. It gives us a buffer should we need it. If we have to, we don't want to be in a situation where we have to turn down a bidded project because we haven't factored in for an additional $10,000. That's not cost effective or fiscally responsible. And then Tyler, your engineer from RVE, was in front of you. We did submit a grant, an MTF grant for the Harry Street project, which is in excess of $500,000. There is a matching component for that, which is $150,000, so that's built into your capital. So that road program to finish kind of the construction on Harry Street, the upper avenues towards the A field, would be finalized with that grant. And then we do have, as you heard from Frank Perry, there are numerous pocket parks that are coming online. There's the Santander Pocket Park that will be finished this fall. There is the Weinman Pocket Park, which work has begun. Design is complete, engineering is complete. So work will start, but that will carry into 2025, and you'll see that probably spring of 2025. And then the Second Avenue Veterans Plaza Park. So those are the capital engineering projects. The items in yellow are the ones that we are prioritizing for 2025, and that equates to $3,395,000.
Have we thought about approaching any private businesses to get funding for some of these pocket parks, especially the veteran pocket parks?
So that is the responsibility of the Friends of Conshohocken Parks. As a borough entity, we can't actually accept donations, which is why that private nonprofit was developed. And their main purpose is really to be going out into the public and generating fundraising, which is then supposed to be earmarked directly for parks. So yes, that mechanism exists.
So we heard Brian the other night talk about that that's what they wanted to get started
Yep.
doing. I think they're focused on a lot of what's along Fayette Street. I think I want to reach out to anybody that's listening. If we have the skill set in the Borough of Conshohocken for soliciting and the big corporations, we're looking for that skill set in Friends of Conshohocken.
And I think Brian would be very open to that. I think Brian has kind of taken I mean, you can, I'm speaking for him, but I think that Brian has kind of really revitalized and brought life into the Friends of Conshohocken Park. So if there is anyone who has those types of connections that would be willing to do just that, then that mechanism exists in order for those funds to be collected and for those funds to then be earmarked and spent directly on these specific initiatives.
Okay, let's put a pin in it, right? So we remember to go back to
Yep.
this, right? This is the good confluence of situations between the 250th anniversary, the parks,
Yep.
right? So, yeah, okay.
Point noted.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving down to traffic engineering capital projects. So again, if I had a wish list, we would do all of these things. But we have to prioritize based on funds that are available for 2025. So we have the Green Light Go. So that is a $1.5 million grant that was received. And your traffic engineer, Brian Keaveney, was here a few months ago discussing the Green Light Go program. That project has been put out to bid, the bid has been awarded, and the project has started. The $675,000 is the borough's required matching portion of that $1.5 million grant. So that has to be in the budget. And then we also applied for a Second Avenue Mast Arm grant. So if that grant is awarded, there's also a matching component that's required. So that $63,516 is our required matching component. And that would be a similar pedestrian mast arm that's on 4th and 7th that would be at 2nd, which we think is much needed and would also be installed in conjunction with that Veterans Plaza project. So you'd have that whole area that would be completely transformed and would really be an amenity for the borough. Going down the list. So we have the Fayette Street Road Diet, and this is a topic that we have discussed numerous times over the course of the year, and this is a priority. While we may not be able to fund it in 2025, there needs to be a concerted effort towards approval from PennDOT, approval from Borough Council if that's the direction you want to go, and as Councilmember Shemaleski just said, a real push to see if there's grant dollars that exist out there. So this will be, while the administration doesn't have it in the budget for 2025, it is going to be a topic of discussion moving into 2025 in preparation for the finalization of the construction in the commercial district, the finalization of your pocket parks along your Fayette Street corridor, and that next step would potentially be the construction of the road diet. And it also aligns with your Main Street overlay ordinance. So these are all these things and the launching of the Chamber of Commerce. So all these items that we have been working for over all of these years, and we're getting towards the end of that list, and this is one of those items that's going to be kind of the next push.
Is that $388,000 without grant matching, or that would be our grant matching?
That would be the grant match, should you get a grant. Should you get a grant, sorry. You're talking about a multi-million-dollar project. And this is a number that it's kind of been a placeholder for a number of years. So to me, that number's very low. It will need to be increased once we have a reality of what that grant would look like. And then there are, yes.
So that traffic diet specifically, what do you see could be our holdup, right? So I'm concerned that this has been sitting as a placeholder for years. Now, if you tell me, yeah, it's sitting as a placeholder because it makes sequential sense to do it tomorrow instead of yesterday.
Right.
But I'm concerned it's been pushed down or kicked down the road, right? So can we think of things, or at least, be open about what the risks are? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. My microphone on. About what the risks that might stop us from doing this. I'd hate to get in this meeting a year from now and we go, oh yeah, we're gonna push it to 27, right? So.
Well, there's always the risk. I mean, I think the risk is that ultimately, you're the decision makers, and you have to decide if this is an initiative that you want to do in the Borough of Conshohocken. But I think that your traffic engineer, your administrators, we have all shown and illustrated the data that supports this road diet. It's not based off of feeling or assumption, it's based off of data and facts.
Are there outside forces that could, PennDOT, are they?
Yes,
for this,
PennDOT,
against
well, ultimately,
this?
it's PennDOT's road.
Right.
So yes, they could decide that they don't want it. What we've been told so far is that they are supportive of the concept, but when asked for funding assistance, that we haven't received any.
Okay.
But we've also been in conversations with PennDOT on other infrastructure issues and improvements that we're looking to do with other municipalities, and those also sort of have not moved as quickly as we would like to have seen them move.
Okay.
And not only PennDOT, there is the potential, a lot of projects are happening around us that could affect us not doing it. And in fact, we didn't push for this in certain years because we knew that the Ridge Pike was going to happen. We knew that there was going to be the potential for a lot more vehicular traffic into the borough to try to take care of all those other areas. That is gone. So that is that is not a part of any problem now. PennDOT, when we've sat down and talked to them at larger meetings, this is part of what PennDOT wants to happen. More vehicular, more bicycle traffic. Fast Street's not really, you can't do bicycle traffic on Fast Street as it is now. And this falls into the whole scenario on how you want to do it with the Second Avenue Park. I know I'm talking about the Second Avenue Park, but the Second Avenue Veterans Park and everything else down on that lower end, and how you want to extend Fayette Street. And it all falls into play right now that this is probably a good time for this to happen. But there has to be a push, both administratively and politically, to make it happen. And they want to do it. They generally want to do these kind of road diet programs when our road falls into a reconstruction phase or a renewal phase. So when they do a mill and overlay on Fayette Street, they would want to come in and line it with the road diet. And if you look at the project, that's basically what it is. It's a relining of Fayette Street to allow for one lane and bicycle traffic. That will probably be coming up, that could come up sooner than we think. So I think from Brian Keaveney, what the conversation was, as long as we already have everything on paper, we have everything to go, and these are the types of projects that PennDOT looks for. They don't look for an idea, then they're ready to fund it, and then all of a sudden we have to run out and get all the engineering done. That's all done. We're all good to go.
It's basically shelf ready. So let's just say there is local legislation releases a new grant program that this particular project would fit directly into, that we went for and received. Well, there might be a situation that we're back in front of you mid-year next year saying we want a supplemental appropriation to the budget because we got $2 million in grant money. In which case, we've now discussed it with you. We've explained to you the priority that it plays in the next phase of the borough. And if we're going to actively pursue that and ask for your assistance in pursuing that, then that next step in terms of asking for the supplemental funds would be the next step.
So we may not put it on paper in 2025's official budget, but if that scenario popped up, we could have administration come to council, ask for the appropriations. We would take it out of our reserves, move it over, and then be able to do the project.
Right, and we would lay out what, it would be like the Green Light Go grant, where we had discussed it, you knew about it, we received the 1.5 million, and we had to supplementally appropriate the budget, because you're not going to turn down $1.5 million of grant money to complete a project that's needed. You specifically make strategic financial decisions to have reserve funds for instances just like this, where if the opportunity arises, you are positioned to be able to act.
So you feel confident that if that opportunity came up, whether it be middle of next year or during the budgeting process for 26, you feel confident that we're ready to go?
We are ready to go in terms of the data and the engineering. That is complete and done, and it is ready. It is ready to be accepted by an entity that is willing to help fund it. It's finding the funding sources.
Okay.
Okay. The Oak Street Railroad preemption, that is an initiative that for specific reasons is just being put on hold for right now. And therefore it is being pushed to 2026, but those funds are sitting there, and they are funds that were received specifically from a developer. And then there are Harry and Spring Mill pedestrian improvements, the West Elm traffic calming, the Hollowell Street traffic calming, and the Washington Street pedestrian crosswalk. So when Ray and I sat down to review kind of these major projects, all things that we've spoken with our engineers in terms of needs moving forward, when we went through a priority list, those items right now are not as important as the items that are shaded in yellow. So for now, they're going to sit, but we do have studies that are ready to implement should we want to in the future. And then the Narberth ambulance.
Hold on.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I need you to explain to me why West Elm traffic calming isn't in yellow.
Why
Given that
not?
we're having major, I'm hearing major complaints. Now, there was a woman that was struck.
Yep.
Of course, I was on the Plymouth side, but for all intents and purposes, we're one road there.
Right.
How did this get?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
So we're already going to have new mast arms put in there, new traffic control in there. During that process, we can look at things to upgrade that area that the borough can contribute to make it more pedestrian friendly. But the vehicular part of it is going to be taken care of by PennDOT. The pedestrian part of it, there's always been conversations about if you putting a painted block on Maple and the entrance to the Grand.
Yeah.
We can certainly look at all those things. Now that that road has been mill and overlaid, they've come in and put the mast arms in. We don't see any major construction happening on that road. And so it's going to be cost effective to come in there and do that. But that is something that, generally we can take out of some other budgets. Operationally, we can take it, painting and things like that, we can do it out of the operational budget. It's not a priority in the sense that when you put it on the level of everything else we've discussed here, it's not something that's not going to get addressed, but it doesn't necessarily have to be addressed in this format.
And it's also, when we were talking about traffic calming options with our traffic engineer, they were things like, can you put a speed hump? Can you put an additional stop sign? Can you put an additional street light? All of which were rejected by PennDOT. So while we have certain things that are designed that could potentially be expended for $63,500, it's not necessarily approved. Now, what PennDOT has approved is additional pedestrian crosswalks on West Elm on the Plymouth side, where that accident did happen. I don't have access to what that timing is yet of them being installed, but things like that don't cost $63,500. And if we were to approach PennDOT for those things, like as Ray said, we have operational dollars that cover items like that.
The major change there has been the building.
Right.
And that building is about, I think the last time I checked, they're about at 42, 43%. So in the near future, we're gonna see what that building's gonna look like and what that area is gonna look like with 80%, let's say. So that might change how we approach it, but that won't be in this cycle, in this budget cycle. And the little things that we can do there are exactly what I said. They will not, PennDOT will not let us do anything that people think are easy to do. Speed humps on those streets, trying to eliminate, I mean, they even are trying to eliminate tractor trailers. It's not gonna happen. They're just basically not gonna do it. No matter what they build further up on Ridge Pike, they're not gonna do it. We've even approached some of the businesses there and asked them to reroute their vehicles. But they talk about fuel costs and having to go down the Blue Route and having to sit in traffic on the Blue Route instead of coming into Conshohocken and using that. So that's where we are.
Yeah, I guess maybe prioritize is not the correct word to utilize in this instance. It's feasible and also approved.
Well, let's put it a different way, right? I need to explain to a constituent when they call me and have a complaint and say, why aren't things getting done?
Right.
So we have to be able to explain to, and I appreciate you changing the phrasing because prioritize is not the right word, right? So, not being ready, okay, hearing that they're only at 40%, so if you assume in a year they'll be closer to 80, 85%, okay, then there are measurements at that time that,
That's
okay,
correct.
I get that. But yeah, I just want to make sure that if there are so-called little things we can do, then.
Well, yes, so there are little things that we do every day around the borough to improve the quality of life for residents in different pockets or health and safety. Those are part of your operational budget, the general fund that we just went through. And so if there are priorities that need to be taken care of and we can assess them internally as opposed to having to go through an external entity, then we do that. That's what we do every day.
Okay.
We'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Narberth Ambulance. So we usually do an appropriation of $50,000. They did request a $10,000 increase. Narberth Ambulance is a pivotal partner in everything we do in the Borough of Conshohocken. So we did put their request in the budget. You have your grant matching. So you have a grant through DCNR, which is a $250,000 grant, and the GTRP grant match. They are both 50-50 grant matching, so you're required to match the amount of grant dollars that were received, so that's why that amount is in there. And then you have a DEP 902 grant, so you heard Frank and Ray talk about a truck that that has been purchase ordered, and we've been waiting over, I don't know, a year for it now. So we are continuing to include that grant match requirement in your capital budget for when we receive that truck. We have reached out to DEP should we not receive the truck, because there is a limit of time for that grant and the options that are available for us, but we're hoping that it doesn't get to that point. And then the Conshohocken shuttle. So that is $260,000. It would be year 2 of the program. The original agreement with GVF and Transnet was a 1-year agreement with an option to renew for 2 additional years. We are renewing for 1 year. We'll continue to collect data on a monthly basis and evaluate different business partnerships that exist with the Conshohocken shuttle. We are contacted every day about requests to utilize the shuttle in different capacities. So we are finalizing year one and are looking to continue the shuttle services for year 2. And so all of those items that, from an administrative perspective, we've prioritized equate to $4,737,516. Questions, concerns on the list in its entirety or the suggested prioritized list for 2025?
My only comment or recommendation based on the discussion for the West Elm the traffic calming and the fact that we could potentially do little things, can we make sure that the operational line item from a paint perspective, because I would assume that paint is going to be one of the things you've talked about paint in the past, or the team's talked about paint in the past, that there's only so much paint you have every year. Could we just make sure that potentially we have enough dollars for that?
Yep, we'll take Alan's concern and we'll make sure, we'll go back and make sure that the line items that are associated with that are sufficient enough to handle those items.
Thanks.
I look at the line item for the shuttle, and I've looked at the numbers for rider usage. I'm concerned about putting that kind of money out for a very low percentage of people who are actually using the shuttle.
No, we agree. There is low ridership right now, but it's year one, and we aren't ready to abandon that initiative. We think that there is value in it, and we think that businesses have approached us in different ways to market the shuttle, utilize the shuttle. We have certain restaurants and establishments now that are actually buying passes to give out to patrons of their establishments. So the business of the shuttle continues to evolve, and we're requesting an additional year to evaluate how that can provide a service to the borough.
We've never had a discussion with Marshall Towers since I've been here.
No, we have
They
not.
were here the other day for an hour and a half.
Okay.
Part of that discussion was
How they
the
utilize the shuttle.
utilization of the bus for their people. That was a very eye-opening experience for everybody. There were things that I had no idea were going on in Marshall Towers with the way it's going to, the way they're going to have residents there in the future. And I think that the bus may, once we get it tweaked, the bus may play an integral part in how those people become part of the community rather than just living in the four walls of Marshall Towers.
And we have a presentation that's happening at the community center for our senior group as well in the next couple of weeks. So I do think that there's additional outreach to different, there's been outreach to the apartment buildings. We will continue. GVF is just starting another campaign with all the apartments along the river. We internally have done Marshall Lee Towers. We're doing a seniors presentation at the community center. So I think that there is still the potential for it to pick up, but we see the same reports that we give you every month.
Just curious, because that's obviously $260,000 is a lot to make up. Was there any thought given to actually using, because the one thing the shuttle is very eye-catching. Is there any thought to using it as an advertising mechanism, similar to the way buses are wrapped for things like that, to have a recurring stream of revenue for?
When I say we're approaching businesses with different, yes, marketing is one of those things. Marketing on the shuttle, in the shuttle, promotional items with the shuttle, they're all kind of being discussed at this point.
Okay.
As a side note,
Yes.
separate from the budget discussion, could you send me the notes on that meeting from Marshall Lee Towers, please?
Anything else on this specific list? Okay. All right, we're going to move into our worksheet. So this is the part of the evening where you have now heard all of the requests from all of the directors. And the first thing we'll do is, Britt, can you scroll down to the bottom? So we'll talk about the funding sources that are available to fund the capital purchases that have been requested from all of your departments. So the funding sources that exist today, moving into 2025, you have a park and rec impact fee. That estimate for 2025 is roughly $915,000. Now, the only caveat I will say on that is that the park and rec, that number is dependent on the 401-433 Washington Street project recording its land development plans and pulling permits. That equates to roughly $800,000 of that $915,000. So if that project doesn't move forward, then that $800,000 comes out of those available funds. But the trajectory of where we're at right now in the process, the likelihood of that taking place over the course of 2025 is high. The next funding source is your capital fund balance moving forward into 2025. That right now, today, is looking like 4.5 million. That could change slightly, either increase or decrease based off of final expenditures for 2024. That's basically the unexpended money sitting in Fund 18 for your capital fund that you could utilize to fund the suggested and recommended projects.
So that's left over from last year? It was not spent.
Yes, it's sitting in your fund balance.
Was that earmarked for something, or did we just?
It's reserve funds.
Okay.
Or it's projects that were budgeted for and they were not completed. For example, we've had some traffic engineering projects that we had in there because we thought we would get a grant. We didn't get the grant. Those funds stay in the fund balance and roll over every year.
Is there an average number over the last 4 years of fund balance that we carry every year?
4 to 6 million, in that range. The use of capital reserve funds, so you have another fund that is for capital reserve, that has 4.5 million in it. So we would be earmarking 500,000 to move from that 4.5 and go to your capital fund to fund the projects. You have, you could make a transfer from your general fund of 500,000 that's earmarked directly for capital reserve, and just move that straight into your capital fund. And then you have your sewer authority stormwater fee of 115,000, which of course would be earmarked specifically for the stormwater items that are in the Public Services Department that Frank presented. And then you have your grant dollars of 310,000 from your DCNR and GTR grants. So you have, in essence, you have a total of roughly 6,840,000 available to spend in your capital fund for 2025. With the caveat that, your fund balance could increase or decrease, but you'll see, we do a calculation every month of what your fund balances for every fund look like moving towards the end of the year. So we're forecasting that every month. We start in August and we go all the way through December to make sure your budget moving into the next fiscal year is as accurate as possible in terms of forecasting. And then, of course, 401-433 that is somewhat out of your control. So we are requesting on the projects that we discussed this evening, $6,411,809.21. That would be the total capital budget for fiscal year 2025. And you have roughly 6.8 million available in funding. So that would mean that if you were inclined, you could fund all recommended projects and have roughly 428,000 remaining at the end of 2025. And if you just need a comparison, in 2024, you approved $7,859,074 worth of capital projects. So we are presenting roughly almost 1.4 million less in capital projects for 2025 as compared to 2024.
We upped 2024 purposefully because we knew we had enough funds with some of the projects that completed.
Correct.
That was
Yes.
clear that that was one of those one-offs.
Well, I believe that there was someone in the room who basically told me it cannot be 7.8 million again at that last year's budget meeting. Britt, can you go scroll up though for just 1 second? So there are specific items because of the funding that we have available that we did remove from the priority list. And I already said when Lauren was presenting that we moved the A field and the B field lights.
So
Now
this is
that-
column C you're looking at?
This is column C, yes. So we're not specifically stating that the A field lights and the B field lights are not a priority based off of Lauren's presentation. But if you look at everything else on your list, from an administrative perspective, they're not a priority for this year, but they will be back in front of you. And then the only other item that was removed was the restrooms at Marywood Park. And the reason why we did remove that one is because we have so many other initiatives happening at so many other parks. I have to look at it from not only a budgetary perspective, but also a manpower perspective. And we need to get projects off our list, and putting too many on that require in-house work and in-house labor will stretch us too thin. So the restrooms we have put on hold. We do think that they are important, and they will be back in front of you just like the lights and just like the road diet, but not on the list for 2025. But everything else was included.
Can you clarify for the lights? I saw them as 2 line items, one for the A field, one for the B field. Is that something where all of them would need to be done at once, or they're looking to?
It's not that they need to all be done at once, but when you look at the cost savings and doing them all at once, that plays a factor.
So that if we just chose to do the A field, there's a chance that that cost we saw for the B field would change?
There is a chance. I mean, we can always look into it. If we were going to do one or the other, we would do the B field before we would do the A field. The B field is the one that's utilized every single night. So we can take a look at that if there would be a cost difference. But I don't know, do you have anything you want to add to that? There would be a cost
So
difference.
cost more than what's currently on the line items? Or is that as separate?
The thing that we have to remember is, based on the cost, whether it needs to go to an RFP and
Right.
whether it needs to be bid out and see what comes back.
Right.
Depends on what the B field lights and what kind of lights we'd want on there. The lights on the B field are not substantial. And I don't really think we don't really need an engineering study on that, but I don't really think we've looked into that really hard as to how much lighting we would actually need there. But if we could keep it below the threshold of putting it out at an RFP, then it would be.
But those numbers surpass the RFP. Yeah.
Right.
So it would have to go, I guess that's the point, is that either of the projects, whether you separate them or not, would have to go up for an RFP. And so if you're doing one and you're doing an RFP and you're going through that whole process, it would make more sense to combine the two, or release an RFP that had the opportunity to separate the two. But then if you're going to separate it, just like we see with doing separation in road projects, you do get a higher cost for the alternate bid because it's a smaller portion of a project and not the full thing. You can keep the restrooms on there. You have roughly 400,000 to work with. My concern is that, there was a directive that was given to have a certain threshold of a capital budget, which we feel like we've met with this list. And we have Santander Park, Weinman Park, 2nd Avenue Veterans Plaza, we have so many other projects and initiatives that are going on. Adding one more thing means it may or may not get done. So you can put it on there, but we're still going to have that list prioritized. If we get to it, we get to it. If we don't, we don't. Yes.
Oh, can I start back to the lights for a second? The people who are using the A field and the B field at nighttime, have we gotten like complaints from them? Are they not going to renew for like a year? Or they understand that this might be another
We
year?
haven't gotten any complaints. But
Okay.
what we do with all departments is assess everything
Right.
across the
No, no.
board when we're doing capital. So we haven't gotten complaints. We need to be charging more for usage of those lights. And we are not in a position where we're losing any requests. We are turning people away.
That's what I just want to make sure of. Okay.
And did we say, Ray, did you say that there was a return anticipated moving to LED lights in those fields and an anticipated turnaround for that? Did I hear that correctly?
I'm sorry, can you say it again? I didn't hear you.
Was there some mention of a return on the investment moving to LED lights and the actual
Yes,
cost
it will
of?
be- all the lights are halogen, and yes, there will be a return. The B field will be less than the A field, return on the investment.
Yeah.
Because there's not as many. The B field lights are very expensive to run because they're they're not energy efficient at all. But the B field lights are small, and I don't even know how they would attach them, but there's different ways to do it because of how small they are. The A field, because of the height that's needed and the type of poles that are needed, that's a big project.
But from a return end, do we know what that anticipated return would be relative to what we spend on electricity right now for
Monetarily,
that?
no,
Yeah.
I don't know that monetarily.
You
Pico
mentioned
does that.
22%.
You mentioned, yeah, that was why I was asking,
That was
yeah.
for the
You mean the
community
time frame or
centers.
the money?
Just in general, like if we're looking at what we spend on electricity to keep those fields up and running at the rate that we do today, what do we spend roughly to keep them running do we know that number or no?
Well, the A fields use less.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it would be a longer, it would take less time to assess it, but it would obviously take longer to come up with the return on the investment. The B field is used much more, so it would be easier to get that return on the investment.
The only reason why I'm asking is because in general, these costs for infrastructure improvements, electrical, plumb, any kind of mechanicals are generally escalating at a fairly rapid clip. So if we're looking at a return on investment, when I think about prioritizing stuff, it's generally prioritizing stuff that'll give us a return relative to the escalation of costs. Was trying to get more clarity on it, but that was my line of thinking. That was what I was driving at. So
I
that was.
completely understand, and one thing I would do is probably sit down with Lauren and then talk to a few different contractors to see are we at a high number for LED lights, or are we at the number for LED lights? Are LED lights going to be at this number for a period of time? We've purchased in the past LED street lights in this municipality. If we did that now, as opposed to when we did it, the savings would be exponential. So I don't know exactly. I know when I looked into it several years back, stadium LED lights were extremely expensive because it was a new thing to do, and they weren't doing them on small scale projects. So to try to retrofit or do anything like that, it was expensive to do. Now that price has probably come down, but is it come down to the point where it's going to make a substantial difference?
Well, that's where the contracting price for the actual labor has also escalated. So I'm
Yeah,
trying
so
to just
that's,
figure out what actually
about-
makes sense relative to that.
If
and
you
that's-
look at our electric costs for parks, we budget around 12,000 annually. Right now, we're year-to-date at about 8,800. The only thing I can't tell you is that's lumped together for electricity for all of our parks, so it's not separated out. We could separate it out, and I could tell you what the cost was associated with a specific location, and then bring in an electrical vendor and tell you what the cost.
But we're not lighting a lot of other, besides the community center, there are a lot of lights.
We-
Center's the biggest.
And we have
Center's the
lights at
biggest one, right?
Sutcliffe.
Yeah, in Sutcliffe.
The
We
B
have one of
field
them.
also, we could potentially use,
Yeah.
we could potentially use Public Works to do a lot of the infrastructure. The drilling of the holes for the new poles, the concrete work, and then just have electrical contractor and lighting contractor, or purchase the lights and have a
But
lighting
again,
contractor.
they will first be doing the Weinman Pocket Park. They will then be doing the Second Avenue Veterans Plaza. And then they will do whatever project, what other projects we have on the list. So I think that if you were looking at 3 items, so you're either going to say to me at the end of tonight, let's stick with the recommended list and we'll save our 428,000 and we'll roll that over into the next fiscal year for whatever priorities we decide our priority for 2026. You see the huge list that exists already for 2026. It's there. Or you say that we want to add those dollars for either the B field lights or the Marywood Park restrooms, because those 2 items fall within that 400,000. But that is contingent, again, upon the funding sources that are listed there being available. So if there's, oh my gosh, it just got very quiet. If that $800,000 doesn't come in, or there's a change in the fund balance for capital before the end of the year, we have to, we internally would prioritize based off those dollars that are available. So, or do you want to move forward with the list as presented, or do you want to add one of those items to the list as presented?
How do you want to do this? We're not taking a vote, but how do you want to do this?
Let's hear feedback.
I'm hearing that it's more of a capacity issue, like we could fund these projects, but then we just probably also couldn't get to do all of them.
We may or may not. I mean, we thought we were going to get more from Weinman this year. That did not happen. Most of that was from unknown items that were underground that ended up needing engineering design. So again, I don't know when that's going to happen. Once you start digging, there's unknown items.
Yeah, I kind of land in the same space. From a capacity standpoint, I wouldn't want to put out too many projects to get done, because then you're all over the place. Stick to an amount that we could actually accomplish, check stuff off the list and move forward. The A and B field lights in particular, I think probably should be done in tandem, and that's a much bigger project that needs a lot more clarity on it, and how we proceed with it. So I'm more inclined to, and even as somebody who uses the Marywood Park frequently with my daughters, maybe we could do a stopgap of adding additional porta potty there or something like that for the interim until we can get enough capacity to be able to handle that, the restrooms there. My inclination is to not add anything.
I think my concern with the capacity is we already hear feedback from the community that we're not getting projects done fast enough, right? Why is everything sitting? So there are reasons why things are sitting, and some of it is we're trying to get to everything, but some of it is the underground stuff. So I think if we continue to kind of pile on the capacity, we're still in that same predicament. As far as the Marywood Park restrooms and additional porta pot, they make nice little trailer porta pots now that are a little bit more costly than the little square box that we use. They have a sink in there to wash your hands. Is that something to explore for that specific park? I don't know.
That's never a good idea. I love the idea of restrooms at Marywood, but I do think, first of all, I didn't really love the renderings in there. I would hold out for a year or two for something a little bit nicer, and I like Tina's idea of having maybe a portable thing that was better than what we have.
Just a thought.
Yeah, I feel comfortable going with the priority list and
Love the
keeping
lights, but-
these I don't know if you call it a surplus, but the extra money.
I'm happy with the list. I think it's well thought out, well planned out, and balanced.
I have a question. Do you have a depreciation schedule for everything that, like, we know next year is on depreciation, like number of police vehicles? Like, do we have that all mapped out? Like, do you know how much is already earmarked for depreciation?
Yes.
For next year?
So we have a capital asset list.
Okay.
And it is updated with our audit for the end of your financials. So
We're
you'll
already
have,
sitting at, if we push all this off that you had listed plus these 3 projects, we're already at $4 million figure. And that's a big amount just to start right off the jump, plus stuff that we have to do next year. And is there gonna be more stuff? And then this stuff, like you said before, with the road diet, does it get pushed another year where it really can't get pushed another year? And we're looking at an $8 or $9 million next year where we could, again, parcel it out a little bit more this year.
no, I mean, just understand that, yes, there are assets on in your appreciation list that have to be, which are technology, furniture, vehicles, et cetera. And so those lists continue to depreciate, and they get updated at the end of every fiscal year, and they get included. We have to provide them from GASP standards in the audit. So we have, the reports are updated, they're on file, and that's what we work off of. The other thing on that capital asset list that depreciates is streetlights, and everything is on that list. Every asset that is a borough asset is on this capital asset with a capital asset policy that's, I don't know, 70 pages long. So.
And we're now adding to that list.
Well, you're always going to add, or you don't add to it. We're in a.
We're talking about adding 3 things next year to that list with 3 more parks.
Correct.
Plus everything else.
Yes. So we're in a very unique situation where we are choosing what we want to do and what we don't want to do. I have many colleagues who have nothing to do because they don't have the ability or the means to do that. So they don't have meetings like this because they're not looking at a list trying to decide what is a priority for their community and what is not. And that's, to me, when I sit in consortium meetings with managers, it's a privilege. And you know, I'll give my closing statement for the budget meeting in a little bit, but the services and amenities that exist in this borough are top-notch. And no, we can't do everything, and I would love to do everything. And I think when I speak with each of you individually, we want to do everything, but we can't every year.
The only thing we do have commitment, well, it was a commitment, I guess it was to, in 2030, that we would switch over to either all electric
Right.
or hybrid.
Right.
So
Which
that's
we're
still out
doing.
there. The only thing that has changed is the availability of those vehicles and those and where that whole thing is going. But that's a commitment that we made, and strategically, we have already planned to take care of things like removing the gas pump, the gas tanks at the Public Works garage, and because we're not going to need them anymore. That'll open up space at the Public Works. So we've already looked ahead for that, but that's the only thing that I know that we've committed to, that in 2030 we would have switched over.
There's always going to be something else. There's always going to be an emergency. There's always going to be a new priority that pops up. There's always going to be a new idea. So we have residents that call every day with new ideas, new requests, new things that they want to see, things that they don't want to see. And our job from an administrative is to track all of that. And then we pass it along, or you're tracking it and you're passing it along to us. So we're compiling these lists that are always growing. And so we have to parcel out, from an operational perspective, from the experts in each of the departments that are doing work there every day, what's important to them.
We're a little bit of victims of our own success
Yeah,
right now.
I know.
Yes. And there will be a point when we are not going to be, we're going to be kind of where we are, and then we're going to have to make some decisions.
Right.
Do we pare back? Do we look at things differently?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, that's happened since we've been here.
Yes.
My first capital budget was 0.
We have experienced that year.
Can I just throw something out there? So you guys mentioned, and it's been on my radar, but nobody has said anything about the 175th anniversary of Conshohocken is next year. Do we create a small line item? I know you've budgeted in for certain things, but would it be helpful to have an expenditure line for some other things that we could do as a borough next year for the residents?
You can add it into you can tell me to add a certain amount of money into your general fund.
I want to get everybody's thoughts on that.
I think that's a great
Honestly,
idea.
I didn't know about it. Jack Cole. Jack Cole's the one who brought
Okay.
it up to me. And it
let's
wasn't celebrated for the
finish.
150th,
Yeah.
so he was disappointed in that. So he brought it up to me, and then, we've been discussing it now for a couple weeks. And basically, what I'm talking about is like banners and
Yeah,
things
small
like that, and small events. But if there's something that you think that we should celebrate even more, it would
Now,
certainly coincide with the
I'm,
following year.
I'm also going to say that we are also at a point from an employment perspective where we cannot stretch our employees too thin. So we now have, every month, we have multiple events on weekends. And you saw your overtime numbers. So it's both from an operational perspective and a capital perspective. So let's just put the 175th aside for a minute. We'll get back to, but let's finish this so that we can wrap up capital. So if we're at, from what I'm hearing, the majority, it sounds like you would like to keep the list as prioritized at that 6.4 million.
Minus those 3 items so basically everything but those 3 items that we talked about.
Everything but those 3 items would be funded moving into 2025. And there's no vote this evening. This is a workshop. We will package this all together. It'll get presented in November and then advertised for formal adoption in December. But it does give us a trajectory on how to formalize the budget.
Yeah.
Everybody okay with giving them the direction to go with that number?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, please go with that number for
Okay.
your final budget.
Okay, we'll go with that number for capital. So we'll move on from capital. Great. Okay, going back to the general fund. So just a few closing items, and Stace, I'll add in the 175th to this. Just so that everyone is aware, your revenues at the end of August 31st for 2024 are at 89%. As of the end of August, you really should be at around 66%. Your expenditures at the end of August are at 54%. And that does not include the transfers that go to your reserve funds. And again, you should be around that 66, 67%. So when we're talking about adding 175,000 to your line items, money to the line item for the 150th anniversary, we can do that. It'll increase that $350,000 threshold between revenues and expenditures, but based off of those 2 numbers, you have the money to do that if you want to do it. Your tax base moving into 2025 is strong, so we get tax estimates from Berkheimer for your PIT and Tri-State for your BPT, your LST, and your mercantile, and you're looking at around a $900,000 tax base increase for 2025. This is not real estate. This is just your business taxes. And then your 3-year general fund revenue averages are around 17.4 million, but your last 2 years have been higher than that, with last year coming in at 19.2 million. So just some trends for an overview is that your taxes are strong, your budget's reflecting national inflation trends, you have a projected 35% population increase that's coming in, and we're doing all these things without having to raise taxes. So that's a good thing. Just a few line items to highlight in terms of your healthcare renewal. Your renewals through Divot, like I said, are not finalized. So we're still waiting for the healthcare renewal, but we've built in 10% into your draft. They're telling us they're thinking it's roughly going to come in between, they said 5 and 7, right? So you'll see potentially a slight decrease. And then workers' comp, we just got a renewal today. So we're working through kind of calculating the final salaries. But that looks like we're kind of on point. And then the estimate for your property and liability and your auto insurance numbers, again, we don't have that renewal back from Divot yet, so we just have a built-in 10% increase across the board in this draft that we presented this evening. So you'll still see some fluctuation with numbers. Unemployment costs are the same going into 2025. Your pension system state aid from the Auditor General's office did increase slightly, so that means you'll have more of a contribution that goes towards your MMOs, your obligations for your pensions. Again, you have kind of this steady and increasing business taxes. We talked about your pension MMO costs. We have additional IT, malware, cybersecurity built in. And then you still have, we're in year 2 of the stormwater management. So at this point, do you want to make any changes to your general fund? Do you want to add any additional dollars?
So we want to make sure we have paint.
I have paint.
We want to make sure that we have, and what is that number that we want to make sure we have for something?
If you want to, you'd be adding it into Paul's line item. So I will tell Paul that you gave him a heart attack, so. For increasing his budget even more.
You know, it's 50K, I mean, 75, like, what are you thinking? That you want to, how do you want to celebrate?
There's lots of ways I want to celebrate. I don't know. Like what?
Is it like a single event? Do you want to do add-on things to existing events?
I remember the sesquicentennial, and there was, the fireworks were the fireworks, and that's already been kind of taken care of. I know there was a dinner that, like, we can sell, like, there's all kinds of different things. I think the churches had open houses. That doesn't cost us anything. There's certain things that we can do that might cost.
So why don't you, I think going to Ray's point, yeah, I think if you're adding like 10 to 15,000.
Give it 30.
I don't know if we can run a whole other event. So
I don't think you need to run a whole nother event. I think we can tag on to things.
And I don't know, like, I'm willing to do some of that.
Oh, I'm not, okay, perfect, I'll make sure.
It's that we advertise all events in 2025
Mhm.
as the Conshohocken 150th anniversary.
And we encourage all the people that are holding events to integrate into what they're doing.
And maybe it's tchotchkes we get for those events.
Okay, so then why don't we do this? Why don't we have a conversation?
Just because we set the amount doesn't mean we have to spend the amount.
No.
Correct.
You don't spend, if we don't use it, we don't spend it. We don't spend it just to spend it.
Just real quick, a few things that we did talk about, putting things on the police cars, putting things on public works vehicles, that say 175th anniversary, banner here, things like that. Those are the things that we've talked about.
Okay. Right.
Which that doesn't cost $30,000.
But I like the idea of the churches opening their doors and.
That was something that they did at
doing
150th, right?
Yeah.
It was, they had books printed, they took pictures.
Okay, I'm going to say we'll add 10,000 to the budget, and then internally we'll discuss what all of those specific initiatives potentially could cost, and I'll finalize that number, build it in, and we'll discuss it at the final budget presentation, if that works.
And then maybe you and I can meet, we can talk about all
I
the
will-
events. I will
yes.
make a calendar, we can see how we can
Yep.
incorporate some of it.
Works.
If anyone wants to help me, they can help.
Okay.
So
Anything
we've
else?
got all those brackets for
Yes,
all
we
the
do.
hometown heroes. Can we put something else on those brackets?
I think we should just stay here tonight and brainstorm.
Yeah, we'll call it.
Taking multiple deep
She's
breaths in
got
the last 6 minutes.
Okay, I'll add 10,
All right,
and then we'll go.
10K.
Okay. The next thing is personnel. So we discussed 4 new full-time employees. That is a placeholder for the lieutenant in the police department, which we had already discussed. We have money built in for a full-time parking enforcement manager. That would not be a beginning of a year initiative if that's something that that is going to continue to be assessed by the chief of police in his new position, and he'll give us direction whether or not that's going to move forward. We do have it built into the budget. We have the recreation coordinator, which Lauren presented to you in August. And then we have a full-time firefighter, which we discussed with the implementation of the public safety facility. So these have all been discussed. That's why they are included. And then you have 5 part-time employees. And so I just need to know whether or not you are comfortable moving forward with those personnel additions in the budget.
Yes.
Anyone not comfortable? Okay, move forward with those positions.
So if you are comfortable with that, and if we're adding for the event, for the coordination of the celebration, I'll put, and if you are decreasing in certain areas, then what we're requesting approval for tonight is that overall 9.05% increase from 2024 to 2025 with your transfers. Understanding that that will fluctuate slightly.
Does anyone have pause with that number? With what we've been presented with tonight from a revenues perspective?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you for entrusting us with your budget. So just some concluding statements. There is going to be a new fund in your budget, and it's going to be a road fund. So we're moving out of capital and we're moving out of general. You have other operating funds. You have a streetlight fund, a fire protection fund, a library fund, a park and rec impact fund, capital fund, debt service fund, capital reserve fund, a highway aid fund, which is your liquid fuels, a home fund, and an economic development fund that house all the federal grant dollars, a Marywood Park operating fund, and an operating reserve fund. We are proposing to add a road fund, and we are going to source finances for the road fund by reallocating millage. So we're not increasing millage, we're not increasing taxes. We're going to take your 4.5 mills that right now fund your operating funds, all the funds that I just said, and we're going to take a specific amount of millage and we're going to make a road fund. And the idea here is that that road fund will supplement your highway aid fund, which is your liquid fuel dollars that you get directly from PennDOT. And you're going to create a direct funding source that the borough will have to do incremental small road programs with the goal of over time hitting all of the major issues in the Borough of Conshohocken. And we are going to internally assess all millage that is applied to all of those funds and determine where we can pool millage, where we can pool revenue sources from to allocate to the road fund. So to start for 2025, we are proposing that you pool, it's a very small amount for year one, but 0.1202 mils, which equates to roughly 92,000. And that is a start. And the idea here would be as you pay down your debt service, those unused mills would go to the road fund. As additional revenues come into your general fund, and if you aren't if you aren't increasing your expenditures, then you'll have unused mills, which then you'll reallocate to the road fund. And incrementally over time, you will have then created a designated funding source for your road program, and you will have done exactly what your residents have asked of you. And you will have done it incrementally, in addition to grant dollars, et cetera. And you'll set the borough up for this is long-term strategic financial planning. So if you're comfortable with that, that is the proposed plan, is that you would take 0.1202 mils, designate a road fund, and start a new fund that supplements your highway aid fund.
So that takes the kick the can down the road and actually puts a strategy in place for the future.
It's a start. It's a small start because as we presented this year, two intersections cost roughly $800,000. So it's a huge amount of money. But just like we did with the OPEB trust, right? 5 years ago, there was no investment fund to fund your post-employment benefits. It was a huge liability. You now have in excess of $4.8 million sitting in your OPEB, it's invested, it's earning interest, and it's the direct source that's going to pay your post-employment that's not going to be a direct financial burden on the residents. This is the same concept.
What's the driver for this change?
The driver for this change is that the concept of infrastructure management has changed. The market and the world has changed. So whereas 6-7 years ago, you could say, okay, let's do a 5-year infrastructure plan that costs $50 million. And okay, let's do it. Costs are double now. So 50 million is now 100 million. And the amount of infrastructure work that's being done by Aqua and Pico, et cetera, doing those large scale projects, they end up getting ruined anyways. So we're gonna focus smaller, we're gonna tackle the problem areas, we're gonna create a funding source, start small, grow it big, and go from there.
Do you believe or have a feeling that this is in direct response to neighbors' complaints or conversations? Do you feel like this is responding to?
I don't think it's complaints. I think it's understanding that the roads are important. We've heard from the residents, not through a complaining manner, but like what's the future of the borough? And the future of the borough is that there's going to be certain intersections, just like we've been doing the last 3 years, that need to get rectified, taken care of. And we've kind of have a momentum, but there's only so many resources. Highway aid only gives you $212,000 a year. It doesn't cover it. And it's probably one of the biggest problems in southeastern Pennsylvania, but nobody has a funding source. So we're going to try to get out ahead of it.
The last time this was really discussed was selling the sewer authority.
Yes.
The sewer authority would have funded this in a large way. And that didn't happen, so we're on to another thing.
It's the next strategy. Again, it's not going to solve a problem overnight. That I'm not promising
Oh, I like it.
at all. But
Yeah.
it is.
I like it. It's something. The roads are like it seems as though from talking to residents, it's like a point of pride. It's like, you want it to look like the great place that we live, right? And it's simple, it's just roads. But at the end of the day, I think you have to start somewhere. And again, this is a long-term play. It's not a short-term, let's throw money at it and fix it. It's saying, hey, let's plan for the position that we can be in where when we do want to tackle this, we set future council up to be able to do it in a fiscally responsible manner. That's my thought on it.
Does this have anything to do with the idea that liquid fuel revenue is going to decrease?
No.
Okay.
The idea is that it's a thinking outside the box kind of concept. It's if you go through the borough code and statutes to try to find what you are permitted to fund, it's limited. But a road fund is permitted. So, and it can supplement your highway aid. So it's simply a way of making a road fund that is specific and designated so your residents understand that you have heard them. And it is, like we did with the OPEB, incrementally and strategically allocating resources for a specific purpose that is earmarked for that specific purpose. So it's not used for something else or reallocated to something else. And this group will have been the council that made that a priority and set that up moving forward. So whoever is doing this years from now, it's there.
That is a big question though, and that is something that's going to happen in the future. It's inevitable. We get
Hopefully
all
not
our
in the near
money from
future.
gas taxes.
All right, we have a plan to contribute to that decrease by 2030. So.
Correct. That makes people very nervous.
On your side.
On my side, yes. Okay, so everyone's okay with the road fund and the reallocation of millage? Okay. Let's see, what else am I missing? We talked about the additional revenue sources that would be coming in from construction. We talked about the road fund, so I think we're probably at the conclusion stage. I know you're all so sad to stop hearing me talk. So concluding our meeting, we talked about the October, November, December schedule. We talked about there being a draft and some of the numbers still needing to get finalized and reallocated. I'm going to reemphasize again that the budget that's going to be presented is a no tax increase budget for 2025. We're starting a road fund. In the future, we're going to be talking about what a fire fund looks like with a CBA and a public services facility, but that's not for this year. We talked about our personnel increases. We talked about approving that 9% increase. So I'll just leave you with a few thoughts moving into the final budget. When we start this budget process, we look at our revenues first. And so what we really look at is how do we do what we do every day without being a financial burden on the residents of the Borough of Conshohocken. And so if you look at the percentage of revenues and you break them out, only 2.6 million of your 18 million budget comes from your residents' pockets through real estate tax. So 2.6 of 18 million, that's roughly 14.4%. So that means that 85.6% of our incomes and revenues in the budget that we presented this evening are generated through commerce, business, and grants. So when you're out in the community and you're talking to your residents and they're talking to you, I think that's a really important figure to highlight. So in other words, your residents get to enjoy every day everything that makes this borough so special without bearing the financial burden for all those services, amenities, facilities, safety, special events, everything we talked about tonight. And then I think it's also important to highlight that our grant total right now, as of today, over the last 8 years, is $15,575,505. Almost $16 million that your taxpayers did not have to pay in order to have what they have today. And then we have grant applications pending in 2024 alone of 2.5 million. So we're waiting to hear on roughly 2.5 million that would come in for grants: Main Street grant, HVAC grant, MTF grant, CDBG, home, and a local share account. Equates to $2,568,000 that we supplement the budget with. So this, I guess our hope from an administrative perspective in putting this budget meeting together for you really illustrates how you as elected officials strategically put all of your investments, your development, your commerce, and your grants to work. So there's little financial burden on the residents to really live in a community that has become this premier place to live, work, play, and grow in Montgomery County. And I think the information tonight illustrates that. So I'm just going to end with some thank yous. So I just want to thank all the directors for their hard work and their dedication in putting everything together for this evening. Angela, thank you for all that micromanagement of the budget, all the calculation of figures and not yelling at me every time I asked you to change something. Britt, thanks for organizing all of this and pulling it all together. Couldn't do it without you. Ray, thank you for all your macro management of the budget and all of your vision. The big picture that you provide just keeps us moving, and we're here where we are today because of you. I know I feel that I'm truly lucky to be part of this team, and then our last thank you goes to all of you. So without your leadership, none of this would happen, and I hope your residents know how lucky they are that you ensure that all of their wants and needs are represented in the budget that you present for each fiscal year. So thank you very much. And we're done. And I made it before 10. Oh, yeah, we're not, yeah, I'm done. We still have public comment.
I was gonna say, do we
Yeah.
have any public comment, Mayor?
Mayor, got anything for us?
Mary?
You're our public.
Can I go first? Okay. Thank you all.
You hung out with us, so.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Well, I appreciate all the hard work that you all have done, and I applaud you for what you've pulled together. It truly is impressive, and it's very enlightening. And I wish the word could get out more. I know that you try, and I think that there have been discussions for more messaging, and I think people need to see that because they hear things in snippets and don't always realize, everything that's involved. Since it's been an extraordinarily long day for all of you, I'll try to go quickly on these. I had one question going back to the beginning of the meeting when you were talking about the postage and something with paychecks. Do employees get paychecks? Like, it's not written checks, is it? I mean, I'm assuming it's direct deposit. Oh, okay, because I was like, oh my gosh, that would be. Oh, okay, I'm like, wait, you can't be using paychecks anymore. Okay, that's the easy question, thank you. For Second Avenue, I think there are many wonderful things about this. I shouldn't have to say it, but I hope that it's understood. I have such great respect, admiration, gratitude for veterans, their families, anyone who sacrificed for all of us. This is an extraordinary cost, though. It looks like a beautiful park and idea. It's a lot of money for the budget. And I also have a concern in the idea of it being an amphitheater. I guess maybe one of my bigger concerns on it, the idea of the amphitheater possibly for bands down the line and the impact that would have on the residents that are in that area. And I thought one of the things when the hotel was proposed that the amphitheater there was going to be more of a venue for bands. So in light of that, when we have that, I don't know that we need that expense. That's just my comment on that one. For Mary Wood, I don't think that we need the expense of the restroom. I understand the discussion that is going to be going forward, even in 2026 or another year. I think that, when you have the facilities there at the Fellowship House itself, I don't know that we need to spend over $300,000 or whatever it might wind up being for restrooms there. We don't have them in other parks, or at least we don't have it at the B field. I don't know about Sutcliffe. My concern on it as well is I know that residents, when this has come up on Facebook, talk about neighbors saying that they don't want to be across from a restroom there, concerns about vandalism. I have friends who live near parks, not here, and the public restroom facilities get vandalized frequently. So you're not just talking the expenditure, the initial outlay, you are going to be replacing stuff repeatedly. You have concerns about, who is gathering there at night, noise factors, all of that. It just, we all worry about kids and, we don't want anybody having an accident, but, there are flip sides with the idea of having the restroom. My other concern, and the reason that I wanted to come tonight, it may be in the budget, but I didn't see the written out. What about Mary Wood's house itself? Is anything being budgeted for the preservation of that? Because that, to me, is much more of a need, more on that, more than the lights, more than anything. It is, I think it's in a dangerous, is there something in the budget for that already?
We're already working on the roof.
Oh, the roof is being worked on.
So everything will fall in place once the roof is done.
Okay.
The roof's the first portion of it. Yeah, that was the
Okay,
first
so that
part.
is being
we're
budgeted.
working outside in.
That has already been budgeted, and well, for this year, it's being worked on. The reason tonight we only discussed items that were gonna be a 4% or more increase in the budget. So if it's not more than a 4% increase, we can talk about it.
Okay, thank you, because that is a huge concern, and that is one of our treasures of our town, and we have such a responsibility to the legacy of Mary Wood and her family, that they entrusted that to us, and we need to preserve it, maintain it for us and for generations to come. And tying in with Stacy's great point about what are we going to do for the 175th, I mean, I think that that could be a focal point. As you know, West Conshohocken celebrated their anniversary. You might want to check in with them. One of the great things that to me seemed fairly low cost was a presentation by Jack Cole, if you'd be kind enough to do that. He did something on the history, and there were so many people there at the hotel. That was an incredibly well-attended event. And I love the ideas tacking it on with everything, other celebrations, Fun Fest, you name it. For the Conshohocken cab or the shuttle, I think it's a good idea to give it a little bit more time because of the marketing. I would hope next year or into the year, can it be used more for events? Like I know that it was there that people could see it, but shuttling people back and forth. And I would also suggest, is there a way to have more stops? Because for some of the things, if you have to walk maybe even a block or two for somebody, you know, maybe older residents or people with mobility issues, a block might as well be a mile for some folks. So one thing that might increase the ridership is also more stops and areas on that way. I love the idea of dedicating funds for road maintenance. It's certainly needed. And a plug for Harry Street, Upper Avenues, and 10th on the east are terrible. And others I'm sure are bad, but they're the ones that I see the most, and I hope that they'll be at the top of the list. I hope that you will have more discussion about the idea of the road diet. I mean, I'm learning here that this has been going on, and I don't think that residents know as much about that. I was Googling, I guess there have been occasional More Than the Curve articles periodically, but with everything that goes on in people's lives, the world, I don't think we all realize what is being discussed, and that is a huge change. And I guess my concern, I certainly would want to see the impact for safety, decreases of fatalities, that's a given. But the flip side, one of the big quality of life things that people are concerned about is the traffic. And what would the effect, at least my understanding of the road diet, you're cutting down one or more lanes, you'd have turning in the middle. But how is that going to ripple up when you have so much bridge traffic in the morning and coming home? So sounds like a great expenditure, but I just have concerns as somebody who sees folks stuck in traffic on that one. And I think that your discussion about the 2.6 million coming directly from the residents, certainly we don't want tax increases. It's wonderful on that, and that is a great number. But if also money is coming from commerce and business, residents also pay towards that. You know, I mean, like we're all getting, you know, we might not have it directly out of the check that we write or the property taxes that we have to pay, but if businesses have more taxes, it all ripples. So that's why we appreciate prudence, and just because we have the money now, as many of us know, there's no guarantee that it's going to be here next year, 5 years, 10 years, so we all have to be prudent on that, and we appreciate all the steps that you're taking to do that. And, one last one. Elm Street is horrible. I agree with you. I'm sorry for the frustration that so much of this is restricted by PennDOT, but I do Meals on Wheels, and I substituted for one of your residents on Elm Street, and that is frightening there. Whatever you can do, I would urge that goes at the top of the list, whatever costs, because it's just a danger, and I fear more fatalities there. Thank you all. Thank you for all your hard work. And thank you all for your hard work.
Any additional public comment? Hearing none, I will call our budget meeting successful.